Kamakalavilasa. Sri Yantra description of the chakras from the center outward. Kamakalavilasa by Puṇyānandanātha with the commentary of Naṭānandanātha, translated with commentary by Arthur Avalon, or Sir John Woodrow. Preface. The Kamakalavilasa is an important work in Sri Vidya by Puṇyānanda, an adherent of the Adi-Mata, who is also the commentator on the Yogini Hridaya, a section called Uttara Sati, of the great Vamakesvara Tantra. The same Katasati as also the Purvakatasati have commentaries by Bhaskara Raya. The Kamakalavilasa, which means the spreading or emanation or evolution of the Kamakala, that is, the supreme triangle formed of the Bindu and Visarga, of Prakasha and Vimarsha, of Shiva and Shakti, of the I or Aham, and this, Idam or universe, is, in the supreme sense, the Shiva Svarupa and Shakti Svarupa. To put it quite shortly, Kamakalavilasa is the evolution of the one in its twin aspect, as changeless consciousness, Chit or Samvit, and changing power, Chit Shakti and Maya Shakti, into the multiple universe. This evolution is represented by the greatest of yantras, the Sri Yantra, figured on the cover and in a separate plate showing in colors its several chakras extending from the point or bindu, called Sarvananda Maya, the supreme Shiva Shakti in the center, to the outermost section of the chakras, the Bhupura, which is called Trilokya Mohana. The Sri Chakra or Sri Yantra is the yantra of Lalita, or Tripurasundari, the Devata of Sri Vidya. Every Devata has his or her yantra. A general but by no means exhaustive list of the yantras is given in the Tantra Sara of Krishnananda, of which there are several editions published in Bengal. Lalita is the supreme Shakti aspect of the Brahman. The Aniruddha Saraswati, the all-spreading and itself unlimited power. It is claimed by great Kaulas, among whom may be mentioned the great Nyayika commentator, Bhaskara Raya, that this aspect of the Brahman is recognized in the Vedas, and that among the others the mantra Katvara im Bibrati Kisamayanta, Rigveda, verse 47:4, has reference to her. The Kamakala is the first display of activity in the Brahman substance after Pralaya, when the Devi holds, absorbed in herself, all the 36 tattvas, of which the universe in all its variety is composed. She is then Kavalikirta, Nibshesha, Tattva Grama Svarupini. She remains for some time in this state, holding within herself all the tattvas, until rest is disturbed by the desire or will, kama, to create. The movement or stress of this desire manifests as the Kamakala. Puṇyānanda has here described the unfolding of the Kamakala according to the Adi-Mata. All tantras have referred to the Kamakala. The Gandharva Tantra, which is a work of great authority and of philosophic thought, speaks in chapter 30 of the three aspects of Kamakala. The first, which is, it says, the Sathula, or gross aspect, in which she is meditated upon as something outside the Sadhaka, Bhaya Bhavana. The only text of the Gandharva Tantra available to me at this moment is unfortunately defective so far as the account of this aspect is concerned. It states that the sun bindu is her face, the moon and fire bindus are her two breasts, and her womb or yoni is Hardakala. Dr. Bhandekar, in the account he gives of the Kamakala in Vaishnavism and Shaivism, page 145, does not seem to have understood the scheme. He appears not to be familiar with the technical terms and has not followed the commentator Lakshmidhara, whose text he had before him, and as a result he has made some errors. Thus he says that Ha is called Ardha Kala, or half part, whereas the half of Ha is Kala. Again, the Devi is not in herself Aham, for the latter is the Sakala aspect of the Brahman. I have referred elsewhere to this translation of the term Bindu as drop. Bindu is here not a drop, but a technical name for a particular state of Shakti, namely Ghanibhuta Shakti. The symbol of the point is well known in both East and West. Here it is a metaphysical point of energy about to manifest. The term is fully explained in my garland of letters. The Sadhaka is directed to realize his identity with the Kamakala. This aspect is alluded to in verse 19 of the Sundarya Lahari, a beautiful poem, the authorship of which has been unanimously attributed by all great commentators such as Raghava-bhatta, Bhaskara, Lakshmidhara, and others to be the great Sankaracharya. Though present-day Orientalists, both Indian and Western, incline to cast doubt upon the traditional account of its authorship. The Sundarya Lahari in verse 11 speaks of the Sri Chakra also. The second aspect of Kamakala, which is spoken of as subtle, Sukshma, and inward, Antara, is that in which she is the Devi Kundalini, like a luminous flash of lightning extended from the Muladhara, through the 6 centers to the Brahmarandra. See my serpent power. She is to be meditated upon as half of Ha in the lotus of 1,000 petals. This Kamakala is also active, Jagurti, in all that is moving and motionless. The third aspect of Kamakala is called Matratanu, or mantra body, also Trimayi, as existing in everything. In this aspect, Samadeva is her face. Rik and Yajus are her 2 breasts, and the Atharva Veda is the Hardakala. The Kamakala, the text proceeds, is the one highest, or Turiya, Brahman itself. The Tantrantara, quoted in the Sarvalasa, speaks of 1 Bindu as the state of Laya, 2 Bindus as the state of creation, Srishti, 3 Bindus as the state of continuance, Sthiti, and the return to 1 Bindu is the state of Laya, absorption, when the Devi is, as the Vamakasvara Tantra says, Kabali Kurta Nishesa Tattva Grama Svarupini. The Siyama Rahasya quotes from the Sri Krama Tantra a full account of Kamakala. The Sri Chakra is described in great detail in the Tantra Raja of the Kadimata, the first 18 chapters of which form Volume 8 of this series. It also forms the subject of the Nitya Sodashi Karnava Tantra, which has been published by the Anandasrama Press of Pune. For a general description of the chakras, the reader's attention is drawn to the introduction of Volume 8. The aim of the Sadhaka of Lalita is to realize his identity first with the yantra and mantra, and then with Lalita or Tripura, the Maha-Shakti who is the creator and director of the universe, and who ultimately withdraws creation within herself. Some form of union with the ultimate real or Sat is the aim of all the different classes of Sadhakas of the Hindus. In Chapter 7 of the Gautamiya Tantra, greatly venerated by Vaishnavas, the Sadhaka is directed to realize that he is Krishna, Aham Krishna, and no one else, Na Kanyosmi. That sorrow is not his portion, Na Shokabhak, and that he is Sat Chit Ananda. It is also there said that the bar between Krishna and the Sadhaka can be removed by Krishna's wish. The Shakta Sadhaka seems to realize the identity of himself with the mantra, the yantra, the guru, and the Ishtadevata, for they are all Brahman, Sarvam Kalvidam Brahma. Lalita is the Brahman as the active principle in creation. When her power is fully evolved, the Shakta sees her alone. It is she who, visible through her manifestation, counts for him. Tasyam parinatayam tu na kaschit. Tu na kaschit para-Ishyate. Tu na kaschit para-Ishyate. Pure Vimala, Chit Shakti of the Lord is Caitanya. Bhaskara, in commenting on the text above, says that the Chit Shakti, which is inherent in the Para-Chit, Para-Chinishtha, accepted by the Upanishads, is by reason of the multitudinous of her aspect called Maya. Her evolution, Parinama, is called creation, Prapanka, and this creation is Chidrupa, or a form of consciousness in the sense of Chit. That being so, it is real. See my book, Reality. This does not conflict with monism, since Shakti and Shaktiman are incapable of separation. Further on he says that Shakta does sadhana of Shakti, because without Shakti, the subtle, Sukshma, Shiva, has neither name, nama, nor the power of manifestation, Dhamma. So there can be no duty to one who is nameless, nor can such an one help the sadhaka in attaining nirvana. Bhaskara follows the Kadimata. But both the Kadi and the Hadi are agreed that by the worship of Sri Chakra is meant the sadhana whereby the identity of the knower, jnata, the means of knowledge, and knowledge, jnana, i.e. yantra, which is the body of both the Devi and the sadhaka, and the object of knowledge, jnaya, i.e. tripura, is realized. The Tantra Raja 35.6 says, Jnata svatma bhavej, jnanam arjyam jnayam, bahi sthitam, Sri Chakra pujanam tesham ekikaranam iritam. The meaning of this is that the svatma or self of the jiva or sadhaka is the jnata or knower. Jnana knowledge and means of knowledge is the body of jiva, which is the yantra and offering, arjaya or arjya, and jnaya or object of knowledge is what is outside, bahi sthitam, by which is meant the Devi who, to the ordinary man, is something other than himself. The worship of Sri Chakra is done to effect an union with or to realize the identity of these three. There are some slight differences between the accounts of the Shaktis as given in the Kamakalavilasa in Tantra Raja Tantra. These will be pointed out in the introduction to the second part of the Tantra Raja Tantra now in preparation. It has been alluded to in the introduction to the first part. There are some who today believe that the feminine aspect of the Brahman is unknown in the Vedas and the Upanishads, but this is quite erroneous. Thus, in the Chandogya Upanishad, we come across the texts Tada Iccha-Shakti, Sayam Devata Iccha-Shakti. The first text by the word Tat speaks of the Brahman as neuter or nirguna. The second speaks of the Brahman as feminine, Sayam. The function is the same, namely that of Icchana prior to creation. There are many other texts which might be cited, such as the celebrated Devi Sutta. In fact, for man, the second is the more important of the two. As already stated, in dissolution, pralaya, the Devi is what remains. That is what the universe is in its essence, Svarupini. After all, the Tattvas, Tattvagrama, have been completely nishesha, swallowed up, kavalikrita, or absorbed by her. Then the verse continues, when, however, she is fully evolved, tasyam parinatayam, from out this state in which the universe lies absorbed as mere tendency or potentiality, then no other supreme kaschitpara, that is, the changeless Nishkala Shiva, is desired or thought of, ishyate. This, says the commentator Bhaskara-raya, is the Shakta's point of view. For the Nishkala or Sukshma Shiva has neither name nor manifestation, and there is neither any duty towards nor benefit from him. What divinity may be in itself apart from its governance of the universe is of no practical concern to those who form part of it. The Sakti Sangama Tantra 1-3 establishes the identity of the Kamakala, this first creative movement with the Pranava. A text of this work was obtained in Kashmir, but it was found to be defective. Another manuscript was then secured from the valuable collection of Tantras in the Andul Rajvati, which is more reliable and forms the basis of the present edition. When the present text, the publication of which has been somewhat delayed, was going through the press, another edition in Sanskrit was published in Triplicane, or Madras, which contains some valuable additional illustrative citations which are not to be found in the manuscript from which this edition has been printed. I have added some further notes and given the references to the Sruti and other texts quoted by the commentator Naṭānandanātha. The Kāmakalavilāsa is of great value in Sri Vidya because of its clear and succinct account, from the Hadi standpoint, of the initial development of Shakti and of the great Sri Yantra, and is now translated for the first time. Arthur Avalon, Calcutta, November 25th, 1921. And yet there's still a whole nother introduction. So, Kāmakalavilāsa is an ancient and authoritative work on Sri Vidya by Puṇyānandanātha. It was first published in 1918 by the Kashmir government as number 12 in its Sanskrit publication series, with a commentary from the pen of Maha Mahopadhyaya Mukundarama Shastri of the research department of that state. In 1921, Sir John Woodruff published it with a fuller commentary by Sri Naṭānandanātha. A second edition has been long overdue and is now brought out. It is much to be regretted that that veteran tantric scholar is not in our midst now to contribute to this edition the benefit of his ripe experience and deep knowledge in this field of sacred literature. As he has well pointed out in his preface to the first edition, what divinity may be in itself, apart from its governance of the universe, is of no practical concern to those who form part of it, and there can be neither any duty towards nor benefit from him, conceived of as unrelated to the world of name and form. Any substance, be it gold or mud, has no inherent name or inherent form of its own, but when we seek to have relationship with it, it must be clothed in some name and some form. We are therefore concerned with God not in his abstractness, but in his practical aspect as in relationship to the world of our experience. God, as the ultimate reality, transcends all distinctions and is therefore neither a he nor a she, but is best expressed by the neuter word Brahman. But conceived as the cause of the universe, it is clothed with a father-mother aspect. The static non-active principle being considered as the father, and the dynamic active principle being considered as the mother. Both are aspects of the same reality, but seem to split it up into two. Where a person stands before a mirror, it is true that he does not undergo any change, but a duplicate person appears instantaneously in the mirror. That reflected person is essentially not different from the original person, and yet is not identical with him. The former is evanescent seeming, while the latter is true being. Similarly, at the beginning of creation, God, the ever-changeless being, desired to be an ever-changing seeming. The absolute being took on the role of relative becoming. This desire and its fruition brought on the entire universe of name and form. The subject self-conceived of itself as an object of its own cognition. The I became the this. This initial desire impulse responsible for the creation of the world is given the name of Kama. The desireful supreme entity is known as Kameshvara, and his active desire is Kameshvari. The entire universe is the outcome of the union of these two primary parents. Though this truth is never lost sight of, more importance is given to the mother aspect in Devi worship. The numeral 6 is a reality, but is an abstract mental concept essentially independent of the particular things to be counted. The concept is the same for all who can conceive of it, and is not limited by any considerations of country or language. The sound that is produced when the word 6 is pronounced has really nothing to do with the conception of the numeral, but is only a sound symbol of that concept used for the purpose of expression in the English language. As languages and dialects vary, the sound symbols also will vary, though the concept may remain the same. The concept is intangible, while the sound symbols are certainly tangible. Again, the figure 6, which appears in uniting, has really nothing to do with the sound produced when the word 6 is pronounced, much less with the abstract concept behind it. The figure 6 is but a form symbol of that concept. As in our experience, we are attaching more importance to the ear and the eye than the other faculties of sensation. We clothe every concept with a sound symbol and with a form symbol so that we can through them relate ourselves to the abstract concept which alone is real. Similarly, when we conceive of Godhead or any aspect of it, we have necessarily to give it a sound symbol and a form symbol. The conceptual reality is known as Devata. The sound symbol is mantra, and the form symbol is yantra. It is said that the Devata is the life principle, the mantra its subtle body, and the yantra the gross body. The archa or image, the arka or archa or image, ordinarily used for worship, is a still grosser body. In the Vedic and Tantric literature, symbols in sound and in form have been prescribed as can most appropriately and accurately represent the Devata. The ancient seers have pointed out that just our body of flesh and blood, though seemingly inert, is permeated by the life principle in us, in every particle of it, or just as in, so does the Devata permeate the mantra and the yantra appropriate to that Devata. The slightest variation, therefore, either in the sound of the mantra or in the form of the yantra, will affect a corresponding change in the concept of the Devata, and may possibly do great harm. In this Kāmakalavilāsa, the Devata dealt with is the highest conceivable one, namely the Divine Mother Tripurasundari. Her mantra is the Panka Dasakshari, and her yantra is Sri Chakra. The intimate relationship between the Devata, the mantra, and the yantra is brought out in this book in several ways, and the devotee is asked to identify himself with them as a necessary step towards the ultimate realization. The commentator, Naṭānandanātha, is a disciple of Sankarananda and Nathānanda, and is the author of several works besides a commentary on Yogini Hridaya. He refers in his commentary itself to Sak-Chidananda Vasana and Chidananda Vasana as his works. Only extracts from the commentary are reproduced in the English translation. The commentary is simple, explanatory, and very useful in its understanding the text, and is replete with quotations from cognate literature. All the same, the treatise will remain a closed book to the lay reader. As the commentator has pointed out more than once, the details in the method of worship are really matters to be learnt only after acquiring the requisite competency in getting initiation from a knowing guru. In this volume is included Sri Natha Navararatma Malika of Mahesa Natha with the commentary of Bhaskara Raya, the leading authority on tantric worship. Under the guise of Guru Stotra, the author has analyzed our life breaths in various ways, and has pointed out their correspondence with the details of the mantra and the yantra. This work is more cryptic and less intelligible to the uninitiate. The commentary on the first stotra mentions that the stotra consists of 10 shlokas, and the 10th shloka, which gives the Phala Shruti, refers to the previous shlokas as being compiled by Bhaskara Raya himself. This has to be somehow reconciled with the preamble to the 10th shloka, and with the colophon which attribute the authorship to Maheshanatha. The publication of this book, making its contents available to all and sundry, does not and cannot dispense with the two indispensable conditions of competency and initiation already referred to. To those who have them not, the contents may seem to be meaningless jabber. So is a book on integral calculus to a history student. The publication, however, is useful in creating in the reader an interest which in course of time may ripen into earnest endeavor to appreciate and realize the eternal truths taught here. R. Krishnaswamy Iyer, Sri Rangam, 11/6/1953. Kamakalavilasa by Sri Puṇyānandanātha, Verse 1. May the great Lord, who is ever wakeful in the blissful play of the repeated acts of creation, maintenance, and dissolution of all the worlds which issue from him, protect ye. He is mere illumination, prakasha. Merged in him is Vimarsha-Shakti. Commentary by Sri Naṭānandanātha. Here, the honored yogi Puṇyānanda, wishing to instruct in the mantra, Chakra, and worship of Tripurasundari, the presiding devata over all Vidyas, speaks in the first place of her form as Kāmakalāvilāsa, either the 15 Nityas or all mantras, united Kameshvara and Kameshvari. Who is ever wakeful, issue from him, Sakala Bhuvanodaya, Sthiti Laya Maya, Lila Vinodano Diyukta. Udaya, or rising, or springing up, or appearance, is creation, Srishti. Sthiti, or continuance, is maintenance. Laya is absorption or dissolution, Nasa, of all the worlds, Sakala Bhuvana. Sakala Bhuvana, the universe with all its parts, consisting of the 36 tattvas. These three, Srishti, Sthiti, Laya, imply Nirodha and Anugraha, as by Trivert Karana, Pankikarana is meant. He is wakeful in this pleasant play, Leela, which consists of many of these 5 kinds of action which relate to the world, Panka Vidha Kirtayam, he Jaganastham, whilst the play is that of the Lord, Leela to Parameshvari. Worlds, Bhuvana, that which comes from him is Bhuvana. Bhavatyasmat iti Bhuvanam. Therefore, Bhuvana, qualified by all, Sakala, signifies all the tantras beginning with Shiva and ending with Kashiti, because the tantras have their origin from, continue through, and disappear in Brahman. So, Sruti says, in the Taittiriya Upanishad 3.1.1, that from which these bhutas were born, by which after being so born they live, to which they go, and into which they enter, know that well, for that is Brahman. Wakeful, Udyukta. By wakeful is meant that he willed and inclined towards creation. Samkalpa, Vishista, Lakshana, Srishti Mukha. Sruti says, Chandogya Upanishad 6.2, 2:1. O gentle one, at first there was merely this being, Sat, which is one without a second, Brahman. Also may I be many and born as many, and thus he made himself into the world as it exists within himself. By this is meant that the acts of creation are for the Lord merely his play, and are not necessitated, na prayojana. So it has been said, by his mere wish he throws out and withdraws the universe in its entirety. Also, it is elsewhere said, the great Lord having drawn on himself the picture of the world, by the brush on which his own will is pleased when looking thereon. Shruti also says, as the spider throws out and takes back its thread, so Ishvara projects and withdraws the universe. Thus, the one great Lord becomes the material cause, upadana, from out of which the world is made. And says the text, may I be many. The Vamakeshvara Tantra also says, when she is fully developed, parinata, there is no further need of him for creation. This is a translation of the second line of 4-5 or 4-5 of Nitya Sodasika, part of Vamakeshvara. The verse runs thus, Kavalikirta Nisesha Tattva Grama Svarupini Tasam Parinataya Tu Na Kaschit Para Ishyate. At the time of dissolution, all the tattvas were absorbed in her, and she remained in her own form, Svarupa. When she is fully developed, there is no further need of him for creation. By the tattvas, according to Puṇyānananda, Bhaskara Raya, and others, is meant the 36 tattvas. Lakshmidhara interprets it to mean the 5 tattvas. That is, the universe is the creation of Para, Shiva, and Para-Shakti. Under his influence, she works, and when her work is completed, there is no further need of him for that purpose. Nitya Sodasika 4-5. By this is meant the inseparateness of the world from the Svarupa, own form, of Brahman. That being so, it may be asked, what is the Svarupa of the Brahman as transcending the world? The author therefore says, merged in him is Vimarsa, Antarlina Vimarsa. Vimarsa is experiencing this, Idam, and this, Idam, is the universe, Prapanka. By Idam is meant the world created by Paramatma. In the passage in the Taittiriya Sruti, which begins with, from the Atma originated Akasha, and ends with, this, the tip of the tail, is completion, Pratishta, the word this, Idam, is the world as object of experience, Prapanka Paramarsa. By the word Idam is indicated the universe, Prapanka, is contrasted with Brahman, Brahma Prati Yodibhuta. So it has been said, dissolving, pralayang, kurvan, in the aham or I, the Idam, this, which is its correlative. Antarlina Vimarsa means that within him is dissolved Vimarsa or Prapanka, which is above spoken of. The significance of all this is that the Paramatma, who is supreme bliss and supreme illumination, and within whom is the experience of perfect I-ness, Paripurna Aham Bhavana or Bhava Bhavana Garbita, withdraws into himself the manifold universe. Vimarsa may also mean the experience, Paramarsa, that I am the uncreated cause of the creation, preservation, and dissolution of the universe. So it has been said by Nagananda, Vimarsa is the experience that I am the uncreated one, Ekirti Moham, in the form of the universe, Vishva Karana, or Karana, in the manifestation of the universe, Vishva Prakashena, and in the absorption of the universe, Vishva Samharena. Merged, Antarlina, by merged is meant inward-facedness, Antarmukhatvam. Consciousness is either looking inwards, Antarmukha, or outwards, Bahirmukha. The first indicates the supreme experience, the second, world experience. Therefore, the essence of becoming as universe is the conversion of one into the other. Consciousness is given another direction, strictly an outer direction, because the supreme experience is beyond all relations. Antarlina Vimarsa thus refers to him whose experience of full I-ness is inward turned. The Svakchanda Tantra says that inward facedness, Antar Mukhatva, which is the state of omniscience and the like ever is, that is not destroyed, because it is detached from, or independent of, any object, that is transcendent. He is mere illumination, Prakasa Matra Tana. Literally, his body or substance is mere illumination. This means that Para-Brahman, who is the Supreme Lord and transcends all, is nothing but illumination. Prakashikasva Bhava. Such is his nature. Literally, body. The Kanva, one of the recensions of the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad, the Kanva states the Devas worship that which is the deathless one, Amrita. This word is derived from na, not, mrita, death, which is verily itself life, ayu, in the light of lights. The Katha says, there shines nor sun, nor moon, nor stars, there flashes no lightning. What need have we then to speak of fire? All luminaries derive their light from it. By its light all is illuminated. Agama also says, the innermost light, which is light itself, is the imperishable Anapayini Paravak, the Supreme Word. See Arthur Avalon's Garland of Letters. Illumination, prakasha. By illumination is meant the experience of I-ness, aham rupa vimarsa, indicated in the words wish, know, do, and the like, in the first person singular. I wish, I know, and so forth. Here it is said of Para-Brahman as united with the five Shaktis of all-mightiness, all-knowingness, all-activity, all-completeness, all-pervadingness. It may be said that if the sun and other bodies have the power of illumination, then why should the Brahman alone be called Paramatma? To meet this, the latter is called the Great Lord, Mahesha. He is the Great Mahan because neither space nor time limits him. And he is Lord, Isha, because he has the power to control all. The Sira Sruti, or the Atharva Sira Upanishad, says, the eater, Sambhaksha, eats all he constantly creates, maintains, and dissolves. Therefore he is called the Great Lord, Mahesha. The Mahanarayana also says, the Atharvana Upanishad of that name, that Svara, or Om, which is uttered in the beginning and end of the Veda, is that in which Prakriti is merged, Prakriti Lina, or Prakriti Atmaka. The two are one as stated in Nitya Sodasika. He who is beyond is Maheshvara. Protect ye. He has this power. Mantra is so called because it protects or saves by thinking, manana, on it. Mananat Trayate. Puṇyānananda says, may Parameshvara protect ye. Protection is one of the powers of Paramatma. May the Great Lord, who is illumination, Prakasha, protect ye. The Acharya, Guru, has also the power to illuminate. Mantra also has the power of illumination. Therefore, the unity of the Devata, Guru, and Mantra is here shown. Verse 2. She, the primordial Shakti, who excels all and who in her own true nature is eternal, limitless bliss, is the seed, bija, that is, source or cause, of all the moving and motionless things which are to be, and is the pure mirror in which Shiva experiences himself. He here says that the source of all is also our Supreme Lady, she the primordial Shakti who excels all, Sa Jayati Shakti Radya. By this is meant that our Supreme Lady, Para-Bhattarika, Maha Tripurasundari, is above all, she, Sha or Sa. By this is meant the Tripura spoken of in all the Upanishads, in whom are the 36 tattvas, beginning with Shiva and ending with Kshiti, who is in the form of all the universes, Sarva Prankatmika, and is also beyond them, Tadutirna. This is the meaning of the name Tripura, as given as the great yogis, knowers of the true tradition, Satsam Pradaya Vid. She who is above, Purabhuta, the three lights, Tribiyas Teyobya, that is, sun, moon, and fire, explained later, is called Tripura. Her supremacy is proclaimed everywhere in many Srutis and Smritis. It is she who is denoted by she whose true nature is eternal, limitless bliss. Nija Sukhamaya Nitya Nirupamakara. Nija means natural, svabhavika. By Sukhamaya, bliss is meant in whom there is no sorrow. Nitya is being at all times, Trikala, i.e. past, present, and future. Nirupama is incomparable, as there is nothing with which she can be compared. Such is her nature, Ekara, that is, Svarupa. She is the unlimited, uncreated Brahma bliss, Atmananda. Sruti says that the Brahman who is transcendent bliss is in all and above all. The Chandogya Upanishad 7.2.3 says, that which is the immense Bhuma is bliss, Sukha. There is no bliss in the little. The immense is bliss itself. Every endeavor should be made to know the immense. Having so said, it proceeds. There, where one sees nothing else, hears nothing else, knows nothing else, that is the immense, Bhuma. It thus describes the Brahman who is perfect bliss, Apari Chinananda. The Brajaranyaka says that other beings enjoy, Upajivanti, only a fragment, matra, of this bliss. It thus says that all other beings are but drops, Viprut, in the ocean, Brahma bliss. The seed of all which are to be, Bhavikara Karabijam, Bhavi is that which is about to and will come. She is the cause of all moving and motionless things which will be and which are. The Katha Sruti says, in 5.2.12, the one controller, Vasi, of all who is the inner self, Antaratma, of all created beings, Sarvabhuta, transforms his unity, Ekam Rupam, into many. Some read Bija, seed, for Rupa, form. Agama also says, when she, the supreme power, Para-Shakti, who is in the form of the universe, Vishvarupini, sees, Pasyet, that is, creatively produces and in the form produced, experiences, her own impulse towards becoming, Sfurata, then the Chakra, the first chakra in the Sri Yantra, as to which see the Yogini Hridaya, chapter 1, verses 9 and 10, comes into being. As the great tree exists as potency in the seed of the Bata tree, Shakti and Ficus indica, so does this moving and motionless world exist in the seed in the heart, Hridaya Bija Stham, of the Lord. It may be said that it is not possible for Shiva to create without Shakti, nor for Para-Shakti without Shiva. How can she be said to be the seed? To meet this, it is said that she is the pure mirror in which Shiva experiences himself. Shiva Rupa Vimarsha, Nirmala Darsha. The Svarupa, or nature of Shiva, is I, or Aham. Sivasya Svarupam Aham Itevam, or Ityevam, Ekaram. This experience, Vimarsha, again of that Tasya Vimarsa, or Vimarsha, is the experience of I-ness. Aham Ityevam Rupam Jnanam. This pure mirror makes manifest this knowledge. Tasya Prakasane Nirmala Darsha. The sense may be thus illustrated. A handsome knight looking at his reflection in a mirror which is before him knows, I am he who is thus reflected. So Parameshvara looking at his own Shakti, Svatma Shakti, who is within himself, Svadina Bhuta, knows his own nature, Svasvarupam, as I am all, Paripurnoham, or Paripurnoham. If there be nothing before the mirror, then there is nothing to be reflected. Similarly, if the Para-Shakti were not united with Parashiva, she could not produce the universe, Prapanka, which is within herself. Therefore, the world cannot be created by Shiva alone, nor by Shakti alone. It is by both of them that all the tattvas are produced. It is by both of them that all the tattvas are produced. Agama says, without Shiva there is no Devi, without Devi there is no Shiva. As between moon and moonbeam there is no difference, so there is no difference between Shiva and Shakti. Verse 3. The Supreme Shakti is resplendent. She is both the seed, bija, and sprout, Ankura. As seed, she is cause, and as sprout, effect or universe. She is both the seed, bija, and sprout, Ankura, as the manifested union of Shiva and Shakti. She is very subtle. Her form is manifested through the union of the first letter of the alphabet, A, and the Vimarsha letter, Ha. Commentary. Now some say that the experience, Vimarsha, Paripurnoham iti Vimarsham eva Brahma. Reference is made to the experience as a state contrasted with that of which it is a state. I am all, Paripurnoham, is the Brahman. Then how can it be said, it is argued, that the experiencer, Vimarsaka, that is, he who is conscious of being the supreme I, is the Brahman? The verse is written to meet this difficulty. Supreme. Here, by supreme, Para is meant Tripurasundari, as she is before creation, Prakrta. She is so called because Shruti speaks of her as consciousness, bliss, will, knowledge, action. Chidanandeka Jnana Kriya Rupa. She is both the seed and sprout. Sputa Siva Shakti Samagama Bijakura Rupini. She is the manifested, Sputa Vyakta, union of Shiva and Shakti, and is therefore both the seed and the sprout. For it has been said, from the seed the sprout, and from the sprout the seed. She produces in their order all the tattvas, beginning with Shiva Tattva and ending with Kashiti Tattva. Shiva. Here, by the word Shiva is meant Jnana-Shakti, because Shiva Tattva is inherent, Adhisthana, in Jnana-Shakti. And by the word Shakti is meant Kriya-Shakti, for Shakti Tattva is inherent in Kriya-Shakti. It must also be noted that she who is Chidananda Svarupa affects the creation of the universe by Jnana and Kriya. Subtle. She is also further spoken of as very subtle, Anuttara Rupa, that is, of very subtle form. Shruti says, verily more subtle than the subtle is eternal beingness, Sattva, thou verily art that. Agama also says, the Devi is smaller than the smallest, Anu, and greater than the greatest. Her form is manifested, letter Ha, Anuttara Vimarsha Lipi Lakshya Vigraha. By Anuttara Lipi is meant the letter before which there is no other. and that is the letter A, or A. By Vimarsha Lipi is meant the last letter, which is Ha. By the union of A and Ha, Aham, or I, her self, Vigraha, Svarupa, becomes known, Lakshya, or visible. The sense of these words is that the Para-Shakti is I-ness, Ahamatmika, within whom, i.e. between the letters A and Ha, are all the letters of the alphabet. Antar Garbita Samasta Varna Kadambaka. Her form is the 50 letters beginning with A-kara and ending with Ha-kara. Akaradi Hakaranta Pankashad Akshara Rupini. She is the mother, Janayitri, of all the universe consisting of Varna, Pada, Mantra, and Kala Tattva Bhuvana. She is the supreme object of veneration, Para Bhattarika, the innermost self of all things, Samasta Bhutantaratma. Everywhere in the Vedanta she appears, spoken of as I, Aham Ahamitye Vakarena. This is what has been said in this verse. So it has been said in the Kanvasruti. This Brahman verily in the beginning was. It knew itself. Tadatmanam eva Veda. I, Brahman, am. A, or A, is Brahman. From that came Aham, i.e. I. The worship of Atma is the meditation, I am all. Pranaham Bhava Bhavana, and should be kept very secret. Sruti enjoins that it should be learnt only from the mouth of the Guru. Verse 4. Upon the mass of the rays of the sun, Parashiva being reflected in the pure Vimarsha mirror, the Mahabindu appears on the Chitta wall illumined by the reflected rays. Commentary. The author, being desirous of describing the Kamakala in the form of all the letters, commences in the following 3 verses to speak of her letterhood, Akshara Svarupa, Brahma Svarupa. That is, her Svarupa is the substance of all the letters. Cf. Akara Sarva Varna Griya, Prakasha Parama Shiva, Ha Karunitya, Kalarupo Vimarshakya, Prakritita. Mass of the rays of the sun, Parashiva. Parashiva Ravi Karnakare. Parashiva is the adored Lord Paramashiva, or Paramashiva, who is the mere Prakasha, Prakashika Svabhava. The mass of his rays, Kara, Kirana, is the pure Vishuddha Nirmala Vimarsha mirror, Vimarsha Darpana. Vimarsha is the Shakti or movement, Visphurana-Shakti. Sphurana or Sphurana is a common term in these Shastras. The word means impulse, vibration, throbbing, pulsation, quivering, and then springing up, breaking forth, blossoming, starting into view, expanding, and lastly flashing, glittering, sparkling manifestation. In short, both as impulse towards and as fact, which is limitless. Anavadika Kara. So it is said in Pratyabhijna, she is Sphurata, Sa Sphurata. She is here compared to a mirror because of her thereby manifesting herself. Sva Svarupa Prakasatvat. Sva Svarupa Prakasatvat may also mean because she makes manifest the Svarapa of Brahman, Sva Brahman Atman, in her as in a mirror. Reflected. By reflection, pratifalana is meant seeing one's own self. Sva Svarupa Valokana. When the self is seen by reflection, in this way, then Mahabindu appears on the Chitta wall, Chitta Maya, Jnanaika Svarupa, which is beautifully illumined. That is, by the rays reflected back on it. The Chitta is compared to a wall, Kudya, because on it appears the reflection of the Mahabindu. In ordinary experience, we see that if a mirror is kept facing the sun, the rays, after being reflected therefrom, appear on any wall nearly as a luminous spot, or bindu, produced by the rays of the sun. In the same way, when Parameshvara, who is Prakasha, Prakasha Rupa Parameshvara, comes into connection with Vimarsha, which is like a mirror, Darpanavat Svarupa Vimarsha Sambande Jate, there shines forth the Mahabindu, who is Parameshvara as Purnoham, I am all. Sruti also says, O gentle one, this being alone there was in the beginning, the one, non-dual Brahman alone. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.1. That said, may I be many and be born. Chandogya Upanishad 6.2.3. Also, she, this Devata, said, Chandogya 6.3.2, this Brahman alone there was in the beginning, that knew itself as I, Aham, am the Brahman. He said and thought, truly I shall create these worlds, lokas. IAITE 1.1. Texts in Sruti like these say that the Para-Brahman who is looking towards Abhimukha, his own Shakti, Svatma Shakti, is the cause of the universe. He contemplates and assumes power. Agama also says when she, the Parama-Shakti, Yogini Hridaya 1.9, sees her own Sphurata, there comes into being the Chakra. In Pratyabhijna also it is said, she, the Sphurata, is the great beingness, Mahasata, beyond time and space, Desa Kala Visasini, or Vishasini. She limits, that is, beyond both. It is she who is spoken of as the essence of all, Sarataya Kota, in the heart of the Supreme Lord. Verse 5. Ahamkara, which excels all and is the massaging together of Shiva and Shakti, in the fully manifested union of the letters A and Ha, and which holds within itself the whole universe, is Chit. Chittamaya, or the verse may be translated, Hamkara or Ahamkara is Chittamaya. The form, Aham, is the manifested union of the letters A and Ha, or the coupled Shiva and Shakti in massive union which even endures after the universe has been withdrawn into itself. Commentary. In this verse he describes the notion of I-ness, Ahambhava, which arises from the gaze of Shiva upon his own luminous Shakti. Ahamkara is the Vimarsha, which is I-ness. Yayam Aham Ahamiti Eva Vimarsha. Ahamkara is the cause, Kara or Karana, of the experience of I-ness. Ahambhava Vimarsa, which manifests Vyanjaka, of the uprising, Udbhuta, of the experience which is self-recollection, Atma Smarana. Ahamkara such as this excels all. So it has been said, in the Aham experience, Ahambhava Prakasa, rests in itself, Atma Visranti. Prakasasyatma Visrantir, Ahambhave hi Kirtita. Chit, or Chittamaya, is mere jnana, jnanaika svabhava, manifested, Suvyaktaharna Samarasakara, owing to the form which is produced by the combination of the letters A and Ha, which, giving rise or making manifest the other, Parasparoduta Rupa, or Rupau. Union, Samarasa, Eka Lolibhuta, or the union in the form of Ahamkara of these two letters in which each desires to be united in an equal degree with the other, massing together of Shiva and Shakti, Shiva Shakti Maithuna Pinda, Shiva Prakasha Shakti Vimarsha. These are the two who make the divine husband and wife, Divya Dampati Maya. The union of these two in which they desire to be united in equal degree is Shiva Shakti Maithuna Pinda. Ahamkara, for reasons implied in what is aforementioned, contains within it, Kavalikirta, the sphere or mandala of the universe, Bhuvana. By Bhuvana Mandala is meant all that is composed of 36 tattvas. The meaning by the rule of Pratyahara is that from the union of Prakasha and Vamarsha, which is Ahamkara, within which are the many letters of the alphabet, emanates the whole universe consisting of word, Shabda, and its meaning, Artha. So also says Sruti, Shvetashvatara Upanishad 14.1, the letterless, Avarna, full of meaning, Nihitartha, by union with Shakti in various ways generates many letters, Varna. In another Upanishad occurs this text, Who art thou? It is I, Aham, the reply. All this is surely I, Aham. Therefore the term Aham, or I, denotes all things. Sarva Bidanam, Sarva Vikakam. Verses 6 and 7. The two Bindus, white and red, are Shiva and Shakti, who, in their secret mutual enjoyment, are now expanding and now contracting. They are the cause of the creation of word, Vak, and meaning, Artha, now entering and now separating from one another. Bindu, which is Ahamkara, Ahamkaratma, is the sun, which is the union of these two, white and red Bindus. The sun is Kama, which is so called because of its desirableness, and Kala is the two Bindus, which are moon and fire. Commentary. Having described in verse 4, in the passage the Mahabindu appears on the Chitta wall, the Svarupa of the Bindu, he now describes Kamakala. The two Bindus, white, Sita, and red, Sona, are Shiva and Shakti playing in secret with one another, that is, in mutual enjoyment the one with the other. Vivikta Shiva Shakti, Anyanya Viharana Pare Shiva Shakti, now contracting or closing together. Sam Kuchan, Mukuli Bhavan, i.e. closing like a flower. Now opening out as the creation of the universe, Prasara Jagat Srishti Rupo Vikasa, the cause of the creation of Vak and Artha, Vagartha Srishti Hetu. By Vaka, or plural of Vak, voice, is meant all the sounds, Para, Pasyanti, and so forth, and by Artha is meant the 36 tattvas beginning with Shiva and ending with Kashiti. The creation of these is the creation of the world, Jagat, in 6 advas. See Woodruff's Garland of Letters, chapter on the Sadhavas, or Sadadvas. It has been said, O Devisi, in thee who art Chit, Chittamani, are the 6 advas, namely Varna, Kala, Pada, Tattva, Mantra, and Bhuvana. These two Bindus which enter one another and separate, Paras Pranu Pravista Vishpastam, are the united white and red Bindus, Sita Sona Bindu Yugalam, which are known as Kama Kamasvari, the divine husband and wife. The great secret here is this. On the authority of Sruti, he who is supreme, Para, is Maheshvara, and the Supreme Lord, Parameshvara, who is the first letter, A, which generates all sounds of the Vedas and so forth, attains the state of Bindu, Bindu Bhava, after having entered Vimarsha Shakti, who is his own body, Svanga Bhuta, and in whom Shakti, all the universe, Prapanka, is dissolved. Thereafter the Vimarsha Shakti also enters into the Prakasha Maya Bindu, which is within herself. On that the Mishra Bindu, or Misra Bindu, becomes ready for action, Ukchuna. From that Bindu issues Nadatmika Shakti, i.e. Shakti as Nada, see Woodruff's Garland of Letters, within whose womb are all the tattvas, who is all energy, Teho Mai, and in seed form, bija rupa, and subtle like the tip of a hair, and assumes the form of Sri Jataka, a triangular pyramidal figure. In this way, Prakasha and Vimarsha, which are the Svarupa of Nada and Bindu, assume body as I, Aham. In the same way, of the pair, one, namely Vimarsha, is the red Bindu, and the other, Prakasha, the white Bindu, and the union of the two is the mixed, Misra Rupa, of all powerful Sarva Tehomaya, the Svarupa of which is the Paramatma, Paratma Svarupa. Sruti also says, Avarna, letterless, which is full of meanings, Nihitartha, by union with Shakti in various ways, generates many letters. He further elucidates these three Bindus by speaking of them as Aham, Karatma, and so on. The mixed Bindu, which is composed of the red and white Bindus, Bindu Sita Rakta Svarupa, is one with the combined first letter A and the last letter Ha, Svara Rupa Ha Kara, between which are all the other letters. The Kara in Aham Kara signifies the A and Ha are letters according to the Sutra Varnat Kara. This Bindu is therefore the union of the two letters A Kara and Ha Kara, which signify the union of Prakasha and Vimarsha, Etan Maithuna Samarasa Kara. The union of these two divine husband and wife, Divyadam Patirupasya, is their mutual helpfulness, Samarasa Anukulyam, in entering into or cooperating with one another. This mutual action is in the very nature, Ekara Svarupa, of the Bindu. The sun is the mixed Bindu, Misra Bindu, being the union in the manner stated of the white and red Bindus, Sita Sona Bindu Samarasi Bhuta. In ordinary experience also, Lokepi, the mixed character Misra Rupatvam of the sun is spoken of, because it is said that he enters into and issues out of fire and moon. Sruti says, so does fire enter into the risen sun. In the evening again the sun enters into fire. In the daytime the sun absorbs the light of fire, and in the evening with the disappearance of the sun, other lights appear. The word Amavasya, Tithi of the new moon, is so called because the sun and moon are in conjunction, Ami with Vasata are. Therefore, the entrance of the sun and the moon into one another is well known. The sun, consequently, is the mixed Misra Bindu, Kama. That he is the object of adoration, Upasya, is shown by the word Kama. Kama is that which is desired, Kamyate, by the great yogis, who know the supreme reality, Paramartha, as being their very self, Svatmatvena. The reason for their doing so is given when its desirableness, Kamaniyatva, is spoken of, since all beauty is desired. The Chandogya Upanishad, speaking of the Purusha and the sun, says, golden-bearded, golden-haired, all gold from the tip of the nails. The Ishavasya also says, he, the Paramatma, radiant, bodiless, Akaya, or Akaya, imperishable one, without subtle body, without material body, Asnaviram, vainless, pure, Shuddha, beyond Dharma and Adharma, pervades all. The same Upanishad says, that most beneficent form of thine, that do I see by thy grace, that Purusha, in the Aditya Mandala, whose body is the Vyahritis, he I am. By describing Kameshvara as beneficent, the author praises his greatness, Mahima. Kala. Kala is Vimarsha Shakti. Bindus, which are fire and moon, Daha Nendu, Vigraha Bindu. The meaning of this is that Vimarsha Shakti is in the nature of fire and moon, Agni, Soma, Rupini. Tripurasundari, who is in both of these and separate from Kameshvara, is the collectivity of the Bindus and is all Kamakala. In all agamas, it is proclaimed that she is the object of adoration. So it has been said, when white Shiva is in red Shakti, Para being pierced by Shambhu, then such red Shambhu is in Shakti as Paratattva. When red Shiva is in white Shakti, then is the state of Para-Shambhu, and such red Shiva in white Shakti indicates Satchidananda. And again it is said, O Parashiva, I make obeisance to thy supreme Kala, whereof the upper Bindu is thy face, 2 other Bindus are thy 2 breasts, and not a Bindu, that is, Hardakala, is the place of Rasana, Nada Bindurasana Guna Spadam. See next note, the place of the waist chain, the yoni being there. The Bindu, which is above Ekara, the bija formed by the union of Ekara, which is Prakasha, and Ikara, which is Iccha-Shakti, is the sun and her face, and below are placed fire and moon, her 2 breasts, and the Kala, which is half of Hekara, is her yoni. The Nitya Sodasika says, in 120, having made the Bindu the face, and below it the 2 breasts, and below it again half of that which follows, Sa, i.e. Ha, meditate upon it as downward turned, i.e. the triangle. All this is very secret. The gist of all this is that the excellent yogis, the great Maheshvaras, constantly worship the mother Tripurasundari, who is Kamakala, the collectivity of the 3 Bindus and the radiant, imperishable, and all-pervading Brahman. Bindu Traya Samasti Rupa Divyaksara Rupini, whose very self is the bliss, which is Prakasha, or Prakashananda Dasara, and who is in the nature of complete I-ness, Purnaham Tarupini, within whom is the seed, Virya, of the endless mass of letters, Anantakasara Rasi, the great mantras, or Maha-mantras. The Vijnana Bhattaraka also says, by passing through the different mandalas of the Sri Chakra, where the gross letters, Sthula Varna, are rising up to the Ardendu Bindu Nadanta, and to the Sunya in the Bindu Rupa Chakra, one becomes Shiva. For these terms, see Woodruff's Garland of Letters. The gross letters in Vaikari form are in the outer mandalas, in passing through the subtle forms of Shabda, the Shabda Brahman, and then Sunya is attained. Verse 8. Now this is the Vidya of Kamakala, which deals with the sequence of the chakras of the Devi. He by whom this is known becomes liberated, and Tripurasundari herself. Commentary. Having thus explained the nature of Bindu Svarupam, he says that the fruit of this knowledge and worship is Brahmabhava. Now, Iti, that is, after what has been described in the previous paragraphs, Vidya of Kamakala. Kamakala is Tripurasundari. By her Vidya is meant Jnana regarding her. And to complete the sense, it is said that this knowledge consists in knowing the sequence or the order of arrangement of the chakras in her Sri Chakra. Sequence or order, krama. By this is meant the order in which the chakras, mantras, and devatas are placed, beginning from Sarvananda Maya till all is fully manifest. He by whom, Yena. The suggestion is that the man on whom the grace of Shakti has fallen, Shaktipata, descent of Shakti, is drawn into enquiry concerning the Brahman and meditates and becomes liberated after attainment of knowledge, known, Vedita. mastered through sitting at the feet of the Guru and so forth, becomes liberated, mukto bhavati. He, the great yogi, enjoys viharate, and is yet able to free himself of all desire, after having conquered the whole world through his consciousness, bhavana. I am always the full and whole I. Paripranaham bhava. Paripranaham bhava. So it has been said in Pratyabhijna, he who is fully instructed in the greatness, Aisvarya, of the Lord by Vidyas, is massive consciousness, Chidgana, and is verily liberated. Chidgana is the Brahman. The sense of the text is that man becomes Brahman itself. He who knows the Brahman is Brahman. The Brihadaranyaka says, in 149, men think that by Brahmavidya we shall be all in all. The text begins, seekers after Brahman say, now what is that which when it is known we become all-knowing? In the end, Ante-pi, that is, after death, in the end he becomes Maha Tripurasundari herself, that is, our Supreme Lady, Para-Bhattarika. Shruti says, they enter the supreme light of Tripura, Tripuram Dhamma. Also, the knower of the Brahman is the Brahman. The Chandogya says, in 725-2, he alone who sees thus, who meditates thus, who knows thus, he verily is drawn to the Atma, has love play with the Atma, and is united with Atma, which is bliss itself. Atmarati, Atmakrita, Atmamaithuna, Atmananda. In the Svakanda Tantra also occur texts like the following. When the Sadhaka is united in the same abode with his Devata, that is, here Tripura, then for him there is no more birth or death. He attains the state of true devotion and becomes the Lord of the universe, Chakra. Verse 9. From the red bindu about to create arose sound, Rava. That is, the creative movement which as sensed by the ear is experienced as physical sound, which is the Nada Brahman sprout. From that sound came ether, air, fire, water, earth, and the letters of the alphabet. Commentary. Here the yogi Puṇyānananda, after having realized within himself Atmavena Anubhuya, the primordial Sundari, a beautiful woman. Here it is the Devi. All Devis are beautiful, the Devi Tripurasundari being the most beautiful of all. See a dhyana of her in chapter 1, verses 138 through 152, in the Nitya Sodasi Karnava. Whose name is Kamakala, now speaks of the origin of the world from the Bindu before creation, Prakrita Bindu, which is the highest reality, Paramartha, as also of her spreading forth, Vilasa, as Devata, mantra and chakra. From the red Bindu about to create, Sphurita Darunad Bindo, Sphurita Uchana, that is, swelling or pregnant, the state of immediate readiness to produce, which has been previously described. Sound, which is the Nada Brahman sprout, Nada Brahman Purorava. Nada is the sound, Varna, which is the cause of the origin of all sounds, and therefore of everything else, for all things have a common origin. This is the Brahman, which is Nada Brahman. This is the producer, Ankura Utpadaka. So it has been said, 1. Avarana. Akara is the first of all letters and is Prakasha and Paramashiva. But it is Lakshanartha, that is, after the universe is produced, the first letter A or A indicates the Brahman. But the Brahma Svarupa is A Varna, in the negative sense, that is, letterless and soundless, Nishabda. A Varna, Here is undifferentiated power, which manifests as the particular letters and other particulars of the universe, which is 1. Avarana, which is nada, nadatmaka, is divided into all letters. As it never disappears, it is called anahata. Literally always is, that is, during the kalpa. All creative activity is withdrawn at pralaya when power is one with the power holder, Saktiman, and ahata struck, and anahata shabda is that sound which is not caused by the striking of two things together, that is, by contact of matter. It is eternal power. This is Sruti. Vyoma Bindu Nada. This is the order. Ether originates from the self-dividing or bursting bindu, on which self-division there was nada. That is, nada is the productive action which manifests as the produced vyoma and the rest. Cf. Amba Stotra, verse 3. Sound, rava, which is the sprouting nada Brahman, becomes manifest in the form pasyanti and so forth. It is proved later in verse 20, that the mass of sound is the Shakti's para, pasyanti, and so forth. This sound, or shabda, is the origin of the 5 bhutas, ether, air, fire, water, earth, and the letters beginning with a and ending with ksha. From nada bindu issues the entire world. Sruti also says, from akshara, that is, Brahman, the word means both letter and imperishable, originates this universe. Verse 10. The white bindu also is the origin of ether, air, fire, water, and earth. The universe from the most minute to the Brahma spheroid consists of these 5 vikirtis. Commentary. Having spoken of to the all-pervadingness, sarvatmatva, and all-creativeness, Sarva Srshtitva, of the red bindu, he now speaks of the sameness of the white bindu and red bindu because of the inseparateness of the former with the latter. White, Vishada, all illuminating, Sarva Prakasha. It is from and into this bindu, which has been previously described, that the appearance and disappearance of the endless Brahma spheroids, composed of the 5 bhutas, ether and the rest, take place. So, Sruti says, in the Chulika Upanishad 8, in which all the beings, or bhavas, disappear and having disappeared become manifest again and again, disappear like bubbles. In this way it is established that from Brahman, which is the white and red bindus, which are Prakasha and Vimarsha, all this universe originated. Agama also says, I bow to the Mahapitha, a word which here conveys the sense of a place of great sanctity, and Samvit, that is, Parajnana, which is Shiva and Shakti, Shiva Shakti Padashraya, literally the refuge which is the feet or place of Shiva and Shakti, wherefrom emanate countless world rays, from the effulgent consciousness imaged as a mass of light, which is all wisdom and power. Rays shoot forth which are the worlds, as it is said elsewhere, sparks from the great central fire. Made manifest, Vilasita, or flashed forth by creative will, Iccha-Shakti. Verse 11. As the 2 bindus are indistinguishable and inseparable, so also are Vidya, the indicator, Vedaka, and Devata, the indicated, Vedya. Commentary. Having spoken of the inseparateness, Abheda, of the 2 bindus, he now says that similarly there is oneness of the mantra and the Devata. 2 bindus. Bindu Devataya. Bindu Devataya. The 2 bindus previously mentioned, which are in the nature of Prakasha and Vimarsha, Prakasha Vimarsha Atmakam, as these 2 are inseparate, the wise say that Shiva and Shakti are one tattva. The 2 are blended, the one with the other, Para-Shakti, or Lishta, Para-Shakti. In the same way, there is not the slightest distinction between Vidya, which is the indicator, Vedaka or Vakaka, and the Devata, which is the indicated, Vedya or Vakya. Vidya is the mantra of 15 letters, Pancha Dashakshari, and Devata is Maha Tripurasundari. So it has been said in Tantra Sadbhava, all mantras consist of letters, Varnatmaka. They again, O beloved, are at base Shakti. Shakti again is Matrika, and she again is Shivatmika. She, the Matrika, who in the world appears possessed of the energy and brilliance of the Supreme, Parateha Samanvita, pervades all this universe beginning from Brahma and ending with Bhuvana. Verse 12. Word, Vak, and its meaning, Artha, are always united. They are Shiva and Shakti, which are threefold as creation, maintenance and dissolution, and as three bijas. Commentary. He here wishes to say that the world arises out of the inseparate Nada-Bindu couple, and therefore says that the couple of its own wish differentiated themselves. Word and its meaning, Vak and Artha. Vak is in the form of Varna, Pada, and Mantra. Varna, Pada, Mantra, Rupa. Artha is Kala, Tattva, and Bhuvana. Kala, Tattva, Bhuvanatma. These 6 constitute the 6 Advas, see Garland of Letters, of which the first 3 are in Vak and the remaining 3 in Artha. Such is the form of Shiva-Shakti, because, as Shruti says, out of Shabda, Vak, and Artha, which are Prakasha and Vimarsha, Prakasha Vimarshatmaka, the whole world consisting of 6 Advas, Sadadvatmaka, originated. They are therefore always united, Nitya Yutau, Nirantara Samsaktau, Nirantara Samsaktau, and not casually or accidentally so, like a jar and pitcher which may be put together. If the union were merely accidental, then the ordered universe would not exist. These two go through the threefold changes of creation, maintenance, and dissolution. Srishti Sthiti Laya Badau Tridha Vibhaktau. Creation, maintenance, and dissolution. By creation, Srishti is meant the appearance of all the tattvas beginning with Shiva and ending with Kashiti. Sathiti is the maintenance thereof, and dissolution, Laya, is their reunion with, or return to, that which at base they are. Svatmasaksakara. These 3 functions are from, in, and into the Atma. So it has been said by the honored Abhinava Gupta, Acharya of the Kashmira school, creation, maintenance, and dissolution are all within the Atma, Svatmaga, in their own nature, Svarupatvena. These 2, Vak and Artha, are mutually, Paraspara, united Shiva and Shakti, Shiva, Shakti, Mayau, and forms of Prakasha and Vimarsha, Prakasha, Vimarsha, Svarupau, the activity of these 2 being of one and the same thing, Ubeyor Eka Kirtvat, just as in the case of fire in the function or Shakti of burning, Vani Dahakatvavat, there is no difference, Tatvantara. As an honored teacher also says, the identity, Tadatmaya, of these 2 is everlasting, Nityam, like that of fire, Vani, and Shakti, or power which burns, Dahika. Agama also says, as we too are the self of the world, Jagadatmatvat, we too are one with it. By reason of our identity with one another, we are at all times the life of the world, Jagat Prana, threefold. Tridha Vibhaktau. The united Prakasha and Vimarsha are divided in 3 ways. Vibhaktau, Prithag Bhutau. These 3 ways or forms are 3 bijas. The three Bijas are Vagbhava, Kamaraja, and Shakti Bija. The meaning of this is that Tripurasundari, who is Brahman, as Kamakala, composed of the three Bindus collectively, Bindu Traya Samasti Bhuta, is the object of adoration of all. The Vamakeshvara says, Nitya Sodasika 4:16-19, Tripura is known by the three tattvas, Tattva Trayavi Nirdishta, and is the threefold Shakti of the three letters, Varna Shakti Triyatmika. The Varnas or letters here are the three Bijas. Vajisvari, which is Jnana-Shakti, is in Vagbhava Bija and is Moksha Rupini, or liberation itself, that is, grantor of liberation. Kamakala is in Kamaraja Bija, which is Kriya-Shakti, Kriyatmika, and Kamarupa, as Kama or will, that is, grantor of desires. Iccha, which is the Para-Shakti, is in Shakti Bija and is Shiva Rupini. Shiva Rupini, Dharmaprada, giver of Dharma. Such is Devi Tripurasundari, who is the three Aksharas or Bijas, who loosens the bondage to this world, and is known by the tradition handed down by the line of gurus to their disciples, Paramparyena Vijnata. Verses 13 and 14. Knower, knowing, known are the three bindus and forms of the bija. The three lights, the three pithas, and the three shaktis are that by which they, the bindus, are known. Knower, knowing, and known are the three bindus which are forms of the nirvana bija, or Mahabindu, the collectivity of all three. The three bindus again are the three lights, the three pithas, the three shaktis, the three lingas, and the three matrikas. That is, these are their various aspects. In these, again, in their order are the three lingas, as also the three matrikas. She who is this threefold body is the Vidya, Devi, who is the fourth pitha, Turiya pitha, and the root of all differentiation. Adi Badini. Commentary. He here commences to make the Vidya mantra of 15 letters by describing certain details immanent, Antargata, in the three divisions, Khanda, Vagbhava, and others. Knower, Mata, is the Lord, Ishvara, who knows. Knowing, Manam, is the Vidya whereby he knows. Avagati Sadhana Bhuta Vidya. Known, or object of knowledge, Maya, is Tripurasundari, who is to be known. Janayamana. Forms of the bija are these three, namely knower, knowing, and known, divided into three separate bindus. Bindu Traya Bina, Bija Rupani. The three bindus are those already described, namely red, white, and mixed. The bija is divided into these three bindus. The bija is the nirvana bija, which is the collectivity of all the three bindus. Sarva Samashti, Bhuta Nirvana Kyam. By form, Rupa is meant that they manifest the bija, Tad Rupani, Tat Prakashakani. The sense of the above is that she who is the supreme transcendent light, Param Jyoti, which is consciousness, Chit, bliss, Ananda, and the massive Atma, Ganatma, with the experience of Ahambhava or I-ness, Sarvatita Chidananda Ganatmanu Bhava Rupanam Bhava Salini, enjoys herself in the form of experience in which there is knower, matri or mater, knowing, mana, and known, maya, mater mana maya bhavam, anaboya viharati. The Kanva says, this Atma there was alone in the beginning as Purusha. He saw and saw nothing outside himself. He, I am, Soham Asmi. Thus first did he say, Thereupon arose Aham. Therefore, even now a person on being accosted first says, "It is I, Aham Ayam," and then given his individual name. The meaning of the passage is, the Atma is the Supreme Lord. Idam is the visible universe. In the beginning means first. He was, that is, with the universe within himself. Therefore, that Paramatma, having seen as himself Atmavena, the universe, with himself, Svatma Satkirta Prapankam, did not see any other. That is, he saw nothing beyond himself, because he had withdrawn all things into himself. And that time he showed himself to himself as I am the universal form. Svasadarana Rupa. That is, I am the experience which is continuous, Akanda, massive, Gana, being, Sat, consciousness, Chit, and bliss, Ananda. Akananda Satchidananda Ganatmanu Bhavo Ham. In the beginning, that is, before creation, he enjoyed himself, that is, he showed, Pradarshiyat, himself to himself. Thereupon arose Aham, I, Aham Nama Bhavat. Because thus Brahman shows his own self, Svarupa, to himself as I, Aham, this is itself the name of Brahman. Therefore, even in this world, if a person be accosted, he answers first, "It is I, Aham," and after thus giving his Brahma Svarupa, that is, that in which he is one with Brahman. He next gives his other name, or individual name. These distinctions of knower and the like are seen to derive from the Brahman as we can perceive by examining ourselves. The Katusati says, i.e. Nitya Sodashika, 4:49-51, says that the supreme energy, Param Teha, which is transcendent, Atitam, which is beyond the Bindu, is Svasamvit, Svatar Vishayakam Janam, knowledge, the object of which is nothing other than self. Its characteristic is manifestation. Uda Yaikasvarupam Sadbhava Vikara Rahitam. By its mere wish, i.e. by mere ikshana, without being dependent upon or having recourse to any other being or thing, it made the world picture. Vishva Mayoleka Jagadatmakam Chitram. It is all-pervading, Vishva Rupaka, Sarvatmaka, consciousness, Caitanya, pleasing itself in its own blissfulness, i.e., its blissfulness is not the result of anything outside itself. Such is Atma, Atmano Rupam. Its light is contracted, Samkukat Prabham. In its evolution, as knower, Matri, or Mater, knowing Mana, knowing Maya, in true knowledge, Prama. 3 lights, Dhammatraya. These are the 3 mandalas of moon, sun, and fire. 3 bijas, Bija-traya. These are Vagbhava and others. 3 pithas, Pitha-traya. These are Kamagiri and others. Purnasila and Jalandhara. These reflect and are Vritti of Chit. 3 Shaktis, Shakti-traya. These are Iccha and others. That is, Jnana and Kriya-Shaktis. They, Bindus, are known, Bhavita, under these 3 aspects, Veda. They are forms of the Mahabindu, Mahabindu Maya. Therefore, in these 3 lights and others, there are in their order, Kramena, Anupurva, the 3 lingas, Vis, Svayambhu, and the others, namely Bana, Itara, and Para. The threefold Matrika classified as A, Ka, Tha, and the rest. The trikona of that name. See Serpent Power by Arthur Avalon. Tripura, who is in the form of and is the collectivity of all these things, Tat Samashtirupa, is the Para-Shakti who appeared, and hence it is said, she who is the threefold body, Itam Tritai Puriya. Her body is threefold in manner herein before described. She is therefore the highest or fourth Pitha, Turiya Pitha, as the basis or Bu, wherefrom appears and into which disappears the whole universe which is threefold. Tri-Vidhamaka, Sarva Prapanka Virbhava, Tiro Bhava Bu. So the Katusati, or Nitya Sodashika, chapter 1, 6, says, I bow to Matrika, who is Pitha Rupini. She who in this way is the Turiya Pitha, and is the root of all, differentiates herself, Adibadini. She within whom is the endless mass of tattvas produced her own will, Svachaya Udbhavitananta Tattva Kadambini, is in herself, Svatmani Eva, continuous, impartite, Akanda Samvit. An honored sage, Abhiyutta, has said, because the Devi created the three forms, Trimurti, because she is before all, Purobhava, because she is in the form of the three, Trimayi, i.e. the Vedas consisting of karma, upasana, and jnana-khandas, not as usually stated, Urk, Yajus, and Saman. Because even after dissolution of the three worlds, she recreates them again. The mother's Ambika name is appropriately Tripura. In the Katusati, chapter 5, 41, she is spoken of as the Devi Tripura, who is knowledge as supreme experience itself, Sva Samvit. Verses 15, 16, and 17. Sound, touch, form, taste, smell, these are the subtle bhutas. Of these, each is the producer, Vyapaka, of that which follows, Vyapya. And thus, taking them all in their order, there are 15 properties, or gunas. The Nitya Tripura, who is the mantra of 15 letters, is known as Shri, appears in the bhutas, Bhautika Bhimata. She is surrounded by the 15 Nityas, Devis, who are to be distinguished from the supreme Nitya Tripura, who are distinguished by the different properties, or gunas, of sound and so forth. Sabdadi Guna Prabheda Bina. The 15 Nityas represent the 15 lunar days, Tithya-kara. The lunar days again are the union, samarasa, of Shiva and Shakti. They consist of days and nights. They are the letters in the mantra and have the double nature of prakasha and vimarsha. Commentary. He has spoken of the creation of the 5 bhutas in the passage. From that came ether, air, fire, water, and earth. He here commences to speak of the nature, svarupa, of each of the devatas, who are one with each of the letters of the great mantra by a description of the gunas of the first created 5 bhutas. Sound, shabda, is the guna of akasha. Touch, sparsha, of vayu. Form, rupa, of tehas. Taste, or rasa, of apas. Smell, gandha, of prithivi. These gunas from akasha to prithivi increase by 1, and thus 15 gunas are obtained. So 1 through 5. That is, akasha has 1 guna, namely shabda, vayu has 2, vis, shabda, and sparsha, and so on. As there are 15 different gunas, the Sri Vidya is of 15 letters. In other words, she who is the own form, or svarupa, of the mantra appears as such. Therefore, the 15 letters are her form, or rupa. She is known as she appears in the bhutas, Bhautika Bhimata. She is on this account worshipped as in, or in relation to, her Bhautika aspects. Bhuta Sambandit Vena Ishta. As the gunas which emanate from her are 15 in number, so the letters of the Vidya are 15, or mantra, are 15. The Nitya, whose form is that mantra, who is the Svarupa of that mantra, is unmoving, changeless, and supreme, Kutastha. Just as the ocean is that in which appear and disappear the waves, bubbles, and froth, so she is that in which all the tattvas appear and disappear. So the Brataranyaka says, in 2.4.12, this great being, Buddha or Brahman, is endless and without limit and is massive knowledge. It evolves from itself these Buddhas as devas, men, and so forth, and withdraws them also, that is, withdraws these forms of itself. In the Mundaka Upanishad also it is said, that in which all forms of experience, bhava, disappear. He next speaks of the 16th Nitya, who is Kutastha, as being of 15 limbs, avayava, as in the 15 lunar days, or tithi, which are the 15 devatas, as in the form of the mantra of the 15 letters. The 15 Nityas represent the 15 lunar days, Nityas Tithyakara. The Nityas are in the form of the lunar days. These are the Nityas beginning with Kameshvari and ending with Chitra. They are in the form of the lunar days, Tithyakara, that is, they are the devatas who are the tithis, Tithya Bhimaninya. The Tithyas also begin with Pratipat and end with Purnima. The lunar days again are the union of Shiva and Shakti, Tithyaska, Shiva Shakti, Samarasakara, or in other words, they are the united form of Prakasa and Vimarsa. They are therefore of the form of day and night. Prakasa and Vimarsa are day and night. So it is said in the Chidvilasa, she, the night, makes all the worlds sleep. He, the day, is verily the waker up of all. These tithis, again, are the letters in the Vidya, Srivarna, being in manner aforesaid 15 in number. They have further the double forms, that is, they are likewise Prakasha and Vimarsa, or Vimarsha, Prakasa, Vimarsha, Rupa. This Vidya of 15 letters has been enunciated in Saunaka Saka of the Atharva Veda by the mantra which runs, Kamo Yoni, Kamala, and so forth. Some say that this Vidya is also shown in the 5th mandala of the Rig Veda, in Katvaraim, Bibrati, Kasemayanta, and so forth. The sense of all this is that this Para-Shakti, who is both Prakasha, Shiva, and Vimarsha, Shakti, and appear as the 5 Buddhas, Prakasha, Vimarsha, Mayi, and Panka Bhutatmika, becomes by a progressive increase of gunas the mantra of 15 letters, the 15 tithis, and is manifest as the 15 devatas, Devata Svarupini. So Agama says, there is some only the Supreme Maheshvara, whose name is Prakasha, and the name of whose Shakti is Vimarsha. She is called Nitya by the wise. She, the Devi, whose name is Vimarsha, becomes 5-fold as ether, Akasha, air, Anila, the 7-flamed Saptarshi, fire, water, Salila, and earth, Avani. By the increase of gunas, one by one, she reaches the number of the tithis, 15. The Devi, who is Vimarsha, Vimarsa Rupini, is known as the 16th or Sodashi. The Paramashvari, who is the Mahatripurasundari, undergoes these 16 forms, the last of which is Chitra. She spreads herself all over the Chakra. The subject is only here hinted at. It should be known from one's own agama. He who worships these Devis, one after the other, day by day, from Pratipat to Purnima, attains, O beloved, good fortune, Saubhadya. Verse 18. The Vidya, which is composed of the 3 Bindus, i.e. Bindu and Visarga, the vowels and consonants collectively and separately, is both immanent in and transcends the 36 tattvas, and is by herself alone. Kevala, Eka, Advitiya, that is, one without another. Commentary. Here the author, wishing to strengthen what has previously been said, says that the Devata is immanent in and transcends the universe. So also does the Vidya. The vowels, svara, are the letters beginning with a, or a, and the consonants, vyanjana, are the letters beginning with ka. The three bindus, bindutraya, are the three bindus which make anushvara and visarga. These, taken either singly or in a group, make her body, vibhavi takara, udbhavita svarupa. She is thus the 36 tattvas, satrim sat, tattvatma. That is, her body is made up of the tattvas beginning with Shiva and ending with Kashiti, and she also transcends them, tattvatita ka, for she is the place and origin of all the tattvas, tattva samudaya sthana. She is therefore alone, Kevala, because there is nothing besides herself. Sva vyatirittasya abhavat, which is the Vidya of 15 letters, Pankadashik Sari. The divisions of its parts are as follows. The honored Puṇyānananda, a strong adherent of Hari Vidya. There are 3 matas, or forms of worship: Kadi, or Kalikula, Hadi, Srikula, and Kahadi. See Arthur Avalon's introduction to the Kadi Mata portion of Tantra Raja, Volume 8 of the Tantrik Texts. Speaks of this Vidya as a whole, that is, as immanent in the Tantras, Tattvatmakatva, and transcending them, Tadut-Tirnatva, of this Vidya. In the first part, Vagbhava contains 5 vowels and 7 consonants, that is, 12 letters. In the second, Kamaraja, there are 6 vowels and 8 consonants and all 14 letters. In the third part, known as Shakti, there are 4 vowels and 6 consonants. The total of all these make 36 letters, which are the limbs. The grand total is thus 15 vowels and 21 consonants, or 36 letters. And so, it goes without saying, but 1 through 36 is again 666. This Vidya as an entire whole surpasses all the 36 tattvas, Sarva Tattvati Kranta. This is everywhere well established and known, Prasiddha. Smriti says that Kadi also possesses the double quality, Uba Yatma Kattva, that is, as immanent and transcendent and as collective and individual, Vyashti Samashtirupatvam. The difference between the two is that in the first part of Hadi there are 5 vowels and 7 consonants, whereas in the first part of Kadi there are 7 vowels and 5 consonants, so that in both Vidyas the total in the first section is equally 12 each. Both Vidyas therefore possess the double character. And there's also that 5 and 7, which also that 1 through 5 thing, making the 15, also makes me think about how 75 is 5 times 15. But anyway, the method relating to the worship of both the Vidyas should be learnt from the mouth of the Guru. Verse 19. Vedya is also like this. She is the subtle Devi Tripurasundari. The great yogis have ever taught the inseparateness of the Vidya and the Vedya. Commentary. He here speaks of the twofold aspect, Ubayatma Kattva, of Devata and of the oneness of Mantra and Devata. Vedya, she who as the subject of knowledge is sought to be known, she whose Svarupa is Chit and Ananda, she is like this. Tadirgatma, like the mantra, she is immanent in the tattvas, Tattvatmika, and in the universe, Vishvatmika, and is beyond and transcends both, Tadut-Tirna. Subtle, Sukshma, by this is meant she who cannot be subdivided, who cannot be defined, Parichetam Ashakya. She, Sa, is used to indicate the fact that she is recognized, prasiddha in all Vedantas, Tripurasundari. She is so because she is Tripura and Sundari, beautiful. She is Tripura because she produces all things, which are in a threefold state. Tridavishthita samasta vastu puranat, or Vastu Puranat. And she is Sundari because she is adored of yogis, Sarva Yogi Biru Pasyat Vena, and also because of her charmfulness, Spurhaniyatvat. The word Tripura has previously been defined. The Svarupa of the Devi is clear illumination, Svaka Prakasha Rupa. She is the Paravak, or Paravak, whose play is creation in the like of the universe, Vishvasya Jananadi Krita Rupa. The great yogis, Vidya and Vedya. Vidya Vedyatmakayor, Atyanta Bedam, Amananti Arya. All yogis, beginning with Parameshvara, Arya Parameshvara Pramukha, Sarva Yogina, establish or uphold Prati Padayanti, the eternal Atyanta Sarvakalika, in separateness, Abheda, Aitya, oneness, of Vidya, that is, the mantra of 15 letters, and Vedya, that is, Tripurasundari. So it has been said in Katusati, or in the Nitya Sodashika, chapter 7, verses 31 through 34, whatever Shakti is spoken of as being in any particular category, or Padartha, that Shakti is the Devi Sarveshvari, the Shakti of Shiva, and he who is with her is the great Lord Maheshvara. She, the Vidya, who is Bhuta Gunatmika, that is, she is Bhutas and Gunas, or rather these are in her, spreads herself out by the 15 letters of which her mantra is composed, in which is divided into groups of 5, which are of Vagbhava, 6 which are of Kamaraja, and 4 which are of Shakti letters. Akshara, imperishable entities. According to the number of vowels and consonants of which her mantra consists, she is of 37 aspects. Sapta Trimshat, Prabhadini. By these 37 aspects or variations, she appears as 36 tattvas. The Vidya itself should be thought of as the state of Shiva himself, which excels all tattvas. Tattvatita Svabhava. Sva, Shiva. Svabhava is the state or bhava of Shiva, and as such it excels all tattvas. The Devi is that. Verse 20. She whose inner nature is beyond mind is the Maheshi as Para. It is she, again, who is known in 3 different aspects when manifest as the 3 matrikas, Pasyanti, and others, and evolves herself into the Chakra. Commentary. Having previously spoken of the oneness of the Vidya and Devata, the author, wishing to speak of the identity with one another of Chakra and Devata, now proceeds to speak of the mode in which the Chakra originated. Chakratpati Prakara. She whose inner nature is beyond mind. Ya Santaroha Rupa, Antara, Anta Karana, or mind. Uha, Vitarka, Itamiti, Padarachadara Hita, is that which cannot be described as this or that. The sense is that she is beyond mind and speech, Avanmana Sago Karatvat, and therefore cannot be expressed in the words of the Vedantas. That is, she is beyond the scope of the highest form of human learning, and can be realized by sadhana alone by the man who deserves to be called Vidvan. Cf. Nisattva Karyagamyasya Saktir Mayagni Saktivat Nahi Saktim Kavachit Kaschit Budyate Karyata Pura Vidyarana Yamuni. Also Na Silpudi Jnana-Yukte Vid Vakabda Prayujyate Mokshai Hetu Vidya Yasa Vidya Natra Samsaya, from the Brahmananda Purana. The Maheshi is the cause of all, Sarva Karana Bhuta, as the ground, Bhumi, wherefrom all the 36 tattvas from Shiva to Prithivi proceed, and that is why she is called Para, the highest, or who excels all. Sarvot Krishta. Shruti says, in the Svetasvatara 7-8, the portion within brackets has not been quoted in the commentary, is seen, or Darshyate, is explained by Narayana to mean realized by argument. Yuktya Upalabhyate. Bala here says Bhaskara, under Nitya Soda 6-9, implies Iccha. Bala Sabdasya Iccha Paratvam. Sruti Svetasvatara 6-8 says, he has no body, nor has he any organ of sense. There is no one who is equal to or greater than him. His Shakti is Para, who is heard of in the Vedas as of many aspects and immanent in him, Svabhaviki, as Kriya-Shakti united with Jnana and Bala. Also elsewhere, in the Taittiriya 2.4.1.2.9.1 and Brahma 3, that from which words along with Manas, being unable to reach, return baffled. Agama also says, Paravak, or Paravak, supreme word, which is within, i.e. unmanifest, is verily light in itself. Svarupa Jayo Tereva, that is, the Brahman light, and perishes not, Anapayini. When her own form is seen, Yasyam Dershta Svarupayam, all duty ceases. Adhikaro Nivartate, i.e. the question of competency does not apply to such a man. He becomes free from all observances. This same Shaiva Para-Shakti, so described, Evam Bhuta Lakshana, is again known in 3 different aspects. That is what is said in the passage when manifest, etc., etc., Pashyanti and others. Spashta Pasyanti Adi Trimatri Katma. By manifest, Spashta, her first appearance as something objective is meant. By the expression and others, Madhyama and Vaikari are intended. It is she who is Vaikari, which is power of expression. Abhilapa Svarupini is the Shakti which is in the form of the mass of 15 letters. Panka Dasaksarara Simayi. The mantra of 15 letters is given in the Tripura Mahopanishad 8 being published in this series, and in all the many different words used in the Vedas and Tantras and in ordinary life. So it has been said in the Subhagodaya Vasana, Para as Pashyanti is the creeper born in the earth. Bhujanma, earthborn, i.e. born in Muladhara. As Madhyama, she is the fragrance from the flower bunch, and as Vaikari, she is the letter of the alphabet, Akshamala. Thus does she excel all. In this wise, as Tri Matrika, she becomes the chakra that is, becomes one with the chakra of 3 parts. There are 9 mandalas in the Sri Chakra divided into 3 parts, of 3 sections each. The 3 parts may also be Srishti, Sthiti, Laya, corresponding with Pashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikari. Verse 21. The wise know no difference between the Maheshi and the Chakra. Para herself is the subtle form of both these, Devata and Chakra. Commentary. In this verse, he emphasizes what has been previously said in the statement that the wise see no difference or distinction whatsoever between the Chakra, consisting of the 9 sections, Avarana, or Avaranya, beginning with Trilokaya Mohana and ending with Bindu wherein Sundari abides, and Sundari herself, who is the presiding Adishtatri, great lady, Maheshi, therein. This is so because the Sri Chakra, or Sri Chakra, is the form, rupa, of the Shri Sundari. Shruti says, in the Tripura Mahopanishad 3, the meaning of the text is, she was one, as in Bindu Chakra, and became ninefold in the 9 triangles of which the Sri Chakra consists. Shruti says, alone she was at first. She became ninefold. The Vama Keshvara, the Nitya Sodashika, 6.8.24, the portion within the brackets has not been quoted by the commentator, but added by the translator to make it more intelligible to English readers. By own is meant inherent. The Vamakeshvara demonstrates this non-difference in the passage beginning, the 5 Shaktis produce and the 5 fires withdraw. From the union of the 5 Shaktis and the 4 fires, there arise the Chakra. When the Supreme Shakti sees her own becoming, Svarata, then there arises the Chakra. And ending with the Chakra is the form or rupa of the Kamakala, in that it is the going forth, prasara, of the Supreme Reality, Paramartha. He speaks of the oneness of these two, the Chakra and the Devata, in their subtle form, Sukshma Rupa, by which is meant that which cannot be defined. The Sri Chakra in its subtle form is the Bindu. Its indefinableness is clearly shown in the passage, in the Supreme Akasha, which is the Bindu, Bandhave Paramakase, or Paramakashe, and so on. The indefinableness of the Devata has also been shown in the verse beginning. The Vidya, object of knowledge, is also like this, Tadir Gatma. In the same way, there is no difference between the two in their gross form. The grossness of the Chakra in its expansions, beginning with the Trikona, or triangle, and ending with the Katurasra, or Katurashra, square. And the grossness of the Devata is in her gradual unfolding from Tripurambika to Tripurashakti. The 9 chakras of which the Sri Chakra is composed are presided over by the Devi under 9 different names, indicative of her 9 different aspects. These names are 1. Tripura, 2. Tripurashvari, 3. Tripurasundari, 4. Tripuravasini, 5. Tripurashri, 6. Tripuramalini, 7. Tripurasiddhi, 8. Tripurambika, and 9. Mahatripurasundari. The first of these is in the Bhupura, and the last is in the Bindu. The Avarana Shaktis of each of these are classed as 1. Prakata, 2. Gupta, 3. Guptatara, 4. Sampradaya, 5. Kulakala, 6. Nigarbha, 7. Rahasya, 8. Ati Rahasya, and 9. Para-Rahasya, respectively. The Chakra and the Devata, who are as above described, cannot be separated. He gives a reason for it when he says that Para, whereby is meant Adi-Shakti, is the subtle form of both these. The Kāmakalāvilāsa says, in the Nitya Sodashika 4.4, the mother of the original of the 3 lokas is both gross and subtle. There is thus no difference between these 2, Chakra and Devata, for the wise. Sruti, Chandogya Upanishad 3.14.1, also says, all this verily is the Brahman. Also, in the Bradaranyaka 2.4.6, all men vanquish him who thinks that all things are outside the Brahman. The author himself says, verse 36, when she, this Maheshi Para, unfolds as the Chakra. Thus it is established that the Chakra is the form or rupa of the Devata. Verses 22, 23, and 24. The center of Chakra is Para, Paramaya. This is Bindu Tattva. When it becomes ready to evolve, Achuna, it transforms and manifests as a triangle. This triangle is the source of the three Shaktis, namely Pasyanti and others, and is also the three Bijas, Vama, Gyestha, Raudri, Ambika, and Para-Shakti are one portion of the Sri Chakra. Anuttaramsha Bhuta, literally first part. These are the 5 inverted triangles or yonis of the Sri Chakra or Sri Yantra. Iccha, Jnana, Kriya, and Santa are the other portion. Uttara Vayava. These are the triangles with their apex upwards in the same. These make 9. The 2 letters, A and Ha, taken separately and collectively, make with the foregoing 9 the 11-fold Pashyanti. Ekadashatma Pashyanti. Commentary. He here desires to speak of the Sri Chakra composed of 9 triangles, Nava Yonyatmaka, which is the manifestation, Vikashvarupa, of the Shaktis, Para, Pashyanti, and the rest. He first speaks of the Bindu called Sarvananda Maya, which is Para-Shakti, Para-Shakti Maya. Chakra. By this is meant the chakra of 9 triangles, Navayoni Yatmaka, and by center of the chakra, Bindu Tattva. Bindu Svarupa has been already explained. The word this, idam, signifies that it is in itself, Sva Satsat Kirtam, Para or Pari-Shakti Svarupa. When this Bindu Tattva manifests, then there is the triangle. He therefore says, when it becomes ready to evolve, Achunam Takka Yada. The meaning is that when under the influence of the Adursta of creatures, the Baindava Tattva is about to evolve, it transforms itself into a triangle which is of the shape of Sringata, or Sringata. Trikona Rupena Parinatam Spashtam, or Spastam. And the product of the union of A, Anuttarananda, and I, Iccha, and the product of the union of A, or Anuttarananda, and I, Iccha. So it has been said, when Chitti, which is Anuttarananda, is united with Iccha, or Shakti, there is a triangle which has the beauty of the joy of creation, Visarga Moda Sundaram. That is, A plus I equals E. The tip of Ekara is formed like a triangle. The Subha Godaya Vasana, cited in the Madras edition, page 6, says that the 3 Shaktis, Iccha, and others indicate the creation, etc., of creatures, Pashu. Its light being dimmed as Mater, Mana, Maya, and Prama. Its form is that of the Sringata, or triangle. This triangle is the source of the 3 Pasyanti and others. Pasyanti Adi Tritaya Nidanam. That is, the 3 Shaktis, Pasyanti, Madhyama, and Vaikari, there originate. It is the Shaktis Iccha, Jnana, and Kriya which change into the 3 Shaktis, Pashyanti, Madhyama, and Vaikari. So it has been said in the Vamakeshvara Tantra, or Nitya Soda, 6:38-40. The 2 lines preceding are not given in the commentary. Verses 36-40 describe the evolution of Paramakala, or Para-Shakti. When Paramakala wishes to see the Sphurana, desire to create, of Paramashiva, then she assumes the form of Ambika and is called Paravak. When she is about to manifest, Sfuti Kartum, the universe, then in its seed state, she is Vama and is so called because she throws out or vomits, Vishvaya Vamanat. She then assumes the form of a goad, which is of cricket form. She is then Iccha-Shakti, manifesting as Prasyanti, Pashyanti Vapusa Sthita. Similarly as Jnana-Shakti, she is Gyestha and Madhyama Vak in the form of a straight line. Rijurika Mayi, and protector of the universe. This same Shakti, Para, as Kriya-Shakti, is Raudri, and Vaikari Vak in the form of the body of the universe, Vishva Vigraha, and as that of a luminous triangle. Sringata Vapuru Javala. At the time of dissolution and her return journey, Pratyavartikra Mena, she reassumes the state of Bindu, Bindavam Rupam. The triangle is the Svarupa of the three Bijas, Bhagbhava, Kamaraja, and Shakti, which are the three sections, Khanda, of the whole. Sriti Tripura Mahopanishad also speaks of the three Puras, i.e. Tripura, or Bindus which move the universe, Vishva Karsani, along three paths wherein are placed the letters A, Ka, Tha, or A, Ka, and Tha. That is, the letters of the alphabet is in the A, Ka, Tha triangle. This is formed by three Bindus, between each of which there are 16 letters forming the sides of the triangle. As the corners of the triangle are the remaining three letters, Ha, La, and Kasha, wherein again abides the impenetrable transcendent greatness of the Devatas. These and other similar texts in Sruti speak of the celestial Sringata Pitha, wherein abide the Matrika mantra of three sections, which is the source wherefrom arise all mantras. The Vamakeshvara Tantra, Nitya Soda 648, also says, all these, that is, lingas mentioned in the preceding verses, namely the four, Itara, Bana, Svayambhu, and Parama, are denoted by Vatya Rupani, the complete mantra of three Bijas, Bija Tritaya Yukta, both singly and collectively. Kula Kalamayani, Kula, Matur, Mana, Maya, that is, Svayambhu, Bana, and Itara lingas. Kaula is the collectivity of these three, or Parama Linga. The triangle containing three Bijas, the three Shaktis, the three Lingas, is the imperishable Kamakala. He next says that the Bindu Tattva, which becomes the Sri Chakra of 9 triangles, 4 of which are upward and 5 downward turned, is also the adorable Para Bhattarika Mayayin. He mentions Vama, Gyestha, Raudri, and Ambika by name, and by the particle Cha also, he implies Para-Shakti, and says that these are the 5 Shaktis indicated by the 5 reversed triangles, which are the first portion, Anutaram Sambhuta, Anutaramsa, of the Sri Chakra, whilst the Shaktis, Iccha, Jnana, Kriya, and Shanta, are the other portion of the 4 triangles with their apex upward, Uttara Vayava, Urdhva Mukha, Trikona Katustya Rupa. The meaning of this is that Vama, Gyestha, Raudri, Ambika, Para-Shakti, as also Iccha, Jnana, Kriya, Shanta, are unfolding stages of Para-Vilasa Narupa. These 9 Shaktis are the 9 triangles in the Sri Chakra. This has been fully dealt with in the Vamakeshvara Tantra, Nitya Shodashika, chapter 6, in the passage which begins when the Paramakala wishes to see the Svarana, and ending Vaikari, the body of the universe. See the passage quoted ante, page 38. The 2 letters taken separately and collectively, Vyastya Tarnardad Vyam, by Vyastya is meant individual, Vyastya Rupam, and Avastya is collective, Samastya Rupam. That is, the 2-letter A and Ha, which are the first and last of the alphabet, hold as in the vice between them all the letters of the alphabet, which are the mother of all mantras, within which 2 letters again is the experience, bhava, of complete I-ness, pranaham, which is the union of prakasha and vimarsha, or Bindu Tattva, the eternal Kamakala. All this is well established in the Upanishads. Here, Parabrahman, as complete I-ness, is to be known as united with his consort, and as the doer of all actions. So the Bradaranyaka 141 says, "This Atma there verily was in the beginning." See verse 13, anti-commentary. And thereby establishes that the Parabrahma Svarupa is complete and transcendent I-ness, Purna Paraham Tamaya, and union of celestial wife and husband. The text proceeds in the passage quoted below to show that it shines forth as the creator of all tattvas. He verily did not enjoy, for one who is alone does not enjoy. He desired a second. He verily was like woman and man in close embrace. He made this self of his into two. Thereafter arose husband and wife, and so on. Savai Naiva Rame Yasmad Ekaki Na Ramate Sa Devipuram Iccha-Shakti Sa Haitavanasa Yatha Sri Pumamsau Samparishvaktau Sa Imam Evatmanam Devedha Patayat Tata Patish Ka Payini Ka Abhavatam. So also in another place in the same Upanishad 1.4.17 occurs the following text. This Atma verily was alone in the beginning. He desired, may there be wife, Jaya, of mine. May I be born as many. May I have possessions, Vita. May I do acts. This verily is his desire, Kama, and so on. Texts like these show the Brahman as united with his consort. The two letters A and Ha, already described, will, if taken together and carefully considered, be seen to have 11 aspects. The Shaktis Para to Shanta are 10 if considered individually, and are collectively 1. Therefore, Bindu Tattva is 11-fold, Ekada Satmaka, and is the cause of Pashyanti Shakti. Sruti Chandogya 3.14.1 says, all this verily is Brahman, from which all comes, in which all lives, into which all returns. Therefore adore it with mind free from either attachment or avarice. In this way the inseparateness of cause and effect is established. Verse 25. In this way the united Kama and Kala are the 3 letters whose own form, Svarupa, is the 3 Bindus. It is she who is the mother manifest as the 3 gunas, Triguna Svarupini, and who assumed the form of the triangle. Commentary. He next wishes to speak of the mode of creation of the chakra, wherein are the chakras of 8 triangles, 10 triangles, and so on. And before doing so, explains the origin of the triangular chakra which precedes them all. In this way, evam, that is, in manner already described, the united Kama and Kala, Kamakalatma, by Kama is meant Paramashiva, who is pure illumination, Prakashika Svabhava, and is the first letter which is A, Anuttaraksharatma, and Kala signifies Vimarsha, the last of letters, Ha. This dual character, Ubayatma Kattva, indicates the possession of experience of complete I-ness, which is its true nature, Svabhavavika Paripurnaham Bhavisalitvam. This has been fully explained in verse 7. The Kamakalatma, who as previously described is the 3 letters whose own form or Svarupa is the 3 Bindus, Tribindu Tattva Svarupa Varna Mayi. The 3 Bindus are the red, white, and mixed Bindus previously spoken of. Bindu Tattva is the Bindus previously described. The 3 letters, by which is meant the Vagbhava and other Bijas, are forms of the 3 Bindus. In the Rahasyamnaya, Shiva addressing the Devi says, know this, that the beautiful Shringata, which is thy very self, Svatma Shringata, is made up of 3 Bindus mixed, white and red. It is ancient, Purana, and is the Pranava itself. It can be shown by the 3 lines which compose it. It is pure knowledge, Sam Vinmatra, and is of the nature of Shiva. The red is self-sustained, Niradhara. The other, white, is its beloved, and their union is the mixed Bindu. In the union is the pure state, which is nirvana. It is she, sa yam, she is this. By Sa, she, the author, draws the attention of his reader to her, who is the supreme reality as the experience of the massive bliss which is Chit, Chidananda Ganarasa Paramartha, and who is the essence of all the tradition, Sakalam Naya Sarabhuta. That is, it is she to whom all the Amnayas point. And by Iyam, this, he, as it were, points her out as the one who is being experienced, Anubhuya Mana, as the Atma who witnesseth, Atma Satsit Vena, by great yogis who are immersed in the feeling of their identity with the universe. Vishvaham Bhavana Salibi, Vishvana Bhavana Shalibi, and is manifest as the three gunas, Triduna Svarupini. She is Iccha, Jnana, Kriya, which appear in the Pashu as the three gunas Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. It is through these gunas as instruments that she effects creation and the like. She is therefore the mother, Mata, the one creatrix of all the world. She is also the Para-Shakti, who transcends all the tattvas, Sarva Tattvatita, or Shruti. Aitareya Upanishad 1.1 says, "This Atma alone verily was in the beginning," assumed the form of the triangle, Trikona Rupam Yata, that is, she changed into the form of a triangle as a result of the union of the supreme bliss, symbolized by the letter A, with Iccha, creative will, symbolized by the letter I. This is the Chakra, or the first triangle which contains the Bindu, which is the first transformation of Bindu, of triangular form, which is the most secret and called Sarvasiddhi Pradiyaka, or that which accomplishes all. The wise know no difference between the Maheshi and the Chakra. Para herself is the subtle form of both these, Devata and Chakra. There is no difference between the two in the gross form also. Verses 26 and 27. She who is next to Para is Pashyanti, the creative self, Sirshthyatma, out of which originated the individual mothers, Vyasti Matri, Vama, and others. By reason of this, she became ninefold form, Navatma. She, the mother, Madhyama, is as shown by her two names of two kinds, Dvividha, or Dvividha, namely subtle, Sukshma, or Sutsma, and gross of form, Sthula Kirti. As subtle, she is ever existent in the 9 sounds, Navanada Mayi. As gross, she is the 9 groups of letters, and bears the name Bhuta Lipi. Commentary. He next speaks of Pashyanti, who is a manifestation of Para, as of ninefold aspect, Navatmaka, in the form of the Chakra of 9 triangles, Nava Yoni Chakratmana. She who is next, Tadanya, that is, Pashyanti, who is the manifestation of Para, Vikasha Bhuta, is the creative self out of which originated the individual mothers, Vama, and others. Vamadi, Vyasti, Matri, Sirshthyatma, or in other words, she is the 9 Shaktis, beginning with Vama and ending with Shanta. Vamadi, Shantanta, Shakti, Navakamayi. It is on this account that the mother, Mata Janani, is of ninefold aspect, Navatma. That is, she becomes the chakra of 9 triangles, which is the cause of the appearance of the group of Shaktis, beginning with Vama and ending with Shanta. Vama is so called because she, as producer of the universe, Vishva Jana Yatri, throws out the universe of 5 elements, Prapanka, which is within the Shrinyata, Shringatanta, Sthita Prapanka Vamanat. Gyestha is all beneficent, Raudri destroys or dispels all elements, and Ambika grants all things desired. Verses 26 through 28 are quoted by Lakshmidhara in his commentary to the Saundarya Lahari, verse 34, and he reads them differently. So it has been said, Vama is so called because of her throwing out the universe. Vama is so called because of her throwing out the universe. Jyestha is so called because she is beneficent. Shiva Mayi. Raudri destroys all disease and burns up. The text is Dogdri, she who melts or brings forth, but probably is a mistake, for Dogdri is she who burns up. The fruit of all actions, Dogdri Kakila Karmanam. Of Ambika, the Pratyabhijna says that she, the impulse to becoming, Svarata, is pure being, Mahasata. She is therefore Paravak, who excels all, Sarvati Shayini, and sees her own impulse to manifestation, which is her own and full self. Paripurna Svarupa, Svatma Svarana Avalokana Katura. The Vamekasvara, Nitya Sodasika 636, also says, when the Paramakala sees the impulse to becoming, Svarana, of the Atma, then she assumes the form of Ambika and is called Paravak. The Shaktis Iccha, Jnana, and Kriya take the forms of Pashyanti, Madhyama, and Vaikari. Pashyanti, Madhyama, Vaikari, Rupa. This has been stated in detail in the Vamakeshvara, Nitya Sodashika, in the verses quoted in the commentary to verse 22, Anti. Shanta is Shakti as consciousness, Chinmayi Shakti, who is all-pervading, Nirankusha. For Sruti or Shruti speaks of the transcendental Niskala, actionless Niskriya, and tranquil Shanta. Shanta is the state of absolute quiescence, when there is no activity or motion. Samara Savastha is the state in which two are in a state of absolute and complete absorption the one by the other. Samara Savastha. He next speaks of the ninefold character, Navatmakatva, of Madhyama. Madhyama is the state of union, Samara Savastha, of Para and Pashyanti. She is visible or realizable by yogis whose minds are inward turned, Antarmukha. This Shakti is by her two names, which describe her function, of two kinds, according to her functions. She is either Sthula, gross, or Sukshma, subtle. As subtle, she can be apprehended by the power of Samadhi. As gross, is capable of utterance as letters of the alphabet alike by the learned and illiterate. As subtle, she is ever existent. That is, of course, during the Kalpa. Sthita, Sarvata Vartamana, and as such she is the nine sounds or nadas, Navanada Mayi. As gross, she is the nine groups of the letters of the alphabet, Nava Vargatma. The sense of the above is this: when the Great Mother Kundalini, who contains many kinds of sound, does, in consequence of the breath being restrained, leave the place of Mitra Varuna, that is, Muladhara, and after piercing the lotuses of Svadhisthana and others goes upward to reach the place of Paramashiva, who is on the lotus of 12 petals. She is experienced by the great sadhakas of Shiva, Maha Maheshvaras. These are sadhakas who have attained a high degree of perfection, adepts, when in samadhi as their very own self, Svatmatvena. She is the nine sounds, Navanadamayi. This will be understood from the following text from the Hamsa Upanishad. We shall now make clear the meaning of Hamsa and Paramahamsa to the Brahmakaran, who has controlled his inclination, Shanta, who has controlled his senses, Danta, and who is devoted to his guru. This Hamsa pervades all bodies like fire and wood and oil and sesamum seed. Knowing it, one reaches not death. The anus should first be contracted, then the air should be led upwards. That is, from the Muladhara, and made to go round the Svadhisthana 3 times. It should then be made to go through the Manipura and Anahata, and the airs, Pranan, should be stopped in the Vishuddha Chakra. The Anya Chakra and then the Brahmarandra should be meditated upon. Whilst so meditating, the sadhaka should constantly think of himself as the Trimatra, Omkara. He should next meditate upon Nada, as extending from the Muladhara, which Nada is like pure crystal, Suddha Sphatika Samkasa. For this is verily Brahman, the Paramatma. By this, the Upanishad teaches that the Svarupa of the Mula Kundalini, who pervades the body from the Muladhara to the Brahmarandra, is Nadatmaka. The text in a later passage says, when Hamsa becomes dissolved into Lina, Nada, then arises the state which is Turyatita, Unmanana, mindless, and Ajpopa Samhara, cessation of breathing. Nada is divided by this Upanishad as follows. Sound arises of 10 kinds. Sini or Chini is the first. Chinchini or Chinchini, Sincini, is the second. The third is bell sound, Gantanada. Sound of conch shell, Samkanada, is the fourth. The fifth is the sound from a stringed instrument, Tantrinada. The sound of cymbals, Talanada, is the sixth. The seventh is the sound of a flute, Vinunada, or Venunada. And eighth, that of a kettle drum, Barinada. The ninth is the sound of clay-made drum, Mridanga. And the 10th, the sound of thunder, Meghanada. After the 9th has been experienced, the 10th should be practiced. The 10th is Param Brahma. The mind dissolves in that. When the mind is so dissolved, when Samkalpa and Vikalpa cease, the state of selection and rejection of this and that of all variety, in short, ordinary finite experience. When merit and demerit, punya and papa, are burnt, then there appears Prakashate, Sadashiva, who is Shakti, Shakti-Atma, omnipresent, Sarvatra Vasthita, light itself, Svayam Jyoti, pure, Shuddha, illumined, Buddha, eternal, Nitya, stainless. That is, one in whom there is no doubt, the perfect experiencer, Niranjana, and tranquil, Shanta. She is the 9 groups of the letters, Nava Vargatma. The 9 groups are A, Ka, Cha, Ta, or Tha, Ta, Pa, Ya, Sha, and La. This, according to the commentator, others divide the vowels into 2 groups and exclude the last. By sthula, gross, is meant that she is within the range of all ordinary experience. Sarva Visaya, Vyava Harini. Bhutalipis are manifested letters. Bhutas Seti or Cheti Lipayas Cheti. The existingness, Bhutatvam, of the letters consists in their capability of being uttered or expressed by particular efforts. Chesta. The production of these letters, again, is merely mechanical. Tak ka kalpanamatram eva. For the letters themselves are energies. Teho Rupa, and therefore Shakti, Shakti Atmaka. The Devi Madhyama bears the name or designation Akya of these. The Tantra Sadbhava also says, the Matrika who manifested in this world is in inseparable relation with Samanvita, the Supreme Light, Parateha, pervades all things from Brahma to the worlds. She, O adored of the Suras or Devas, pervades the whole universe as Nada. Beloved, she is like the letter A in all letters. I shall now speak so that thou mayest clearly understand it. The Shakti who is supreme, Para, subtle, Sukshma, and formless, Nirakara, is asleep coiled round the Bindu in Muladhara like a serpent. In the text the word is Hridbindu, but this is possibly a mistake for Mridbindu, by which is meant the Svayambhu Linga in Muladhara, which is the region of earth, Prithivi, Mrid. Here the cosmic Muladhara is spoken of. There also is asleep the self-controlled Yami, or great yogi, who knows and desires nothing. With her belly distended by the moon, sun, fire, the stars, the 14 worlds, Bhuvanani Katurdasha, she is in a swoon as if poisoned. Awakened by the great sound, Parena Ninadena, and churned by the fire in her belly, she becomes free from her bondage, bandhana, and conscious, jnana rupini. The churning, that is, the cosmic manthana, is circular in movement, and continued in the body of the Shakti till she wakes up. When the first unfolding or division, Beda, takes place, Bindu attains the state of Nada. Thus, or by this, Kundali, the subtle time, Kala Sukshma, is awakened. The Bindu which comes after, Uttaraga Shakti, Nada, is the Lord, Prabhu, who is the 4 Kalas. Nivritti, Pratistha, Vidya, and Shanti. Katus Kalamaya. In the middle part or second stage of churning, Madhya Manthana Yogena, there is straightness, Rijutva, i.e. a straight line, which is Jyestha Shakti beautifully placed between 2 Bindus. The imperishable Kundali, Amrita Kundali, is led by Vaikari to the Bindu Nada state, Bindu Nadatva. That is the place where the first Bindu is. She is then known as Lakini. Lakini Raudri, Dakini Brahmi, Rakini, Jyestha, or Vaishnavi. Between the 2 Bindus. She is then Tripada, 3rd step, and spoken of as Raudri. She is also called Rodhini because she obstructs the path of liberation, Moksha Marga Nirodhanat, as it were a barrier preventing what is above descending and what is below ascending and straying away from the true path. Or the reading may probably be Bodhini and Nibodhanat. Ambika's form is that of a portion of the moon. She is Ardha Khandrika, the half-moon. The Para-Shakti, who is 1, does in this way appear as 3. From them, the 3 Shaktis, Vama, etc., as distinguished Abhyo Vivekta Bhaya, have originated the 9 group of letters, Nava Vargaka, which are associated, Yukta, with them. It is she, Para-Shakti Kundali, who is thought of in 9 ways, being indicated by the 9 groups. Navavargo Palaksita. The term seems in part correct. Madras edition throws no light on the right reading, but quotes the passage practically in the same terms. Verse 28. The first, i.e. subtle Madhyama, is the cause, Karana, and the other, i.e. gross Madhyama, is the effect, Karya. Inasmuch as such is the relation between these two, therefore the latter, i.e. the gross, is the same as the former, i.e. the subtle. There is verily no difference between the two, for the identity of cause, Hetu, and effect, Hetu-mat, is axiomatic, Dista. Commentary. The subtle Madhyama, which is the cause of the Madhyama of gross form, is one with the latter, and that is stated here. The first, Adya, i.e. the one first spoken of, Pravokta, whereby is meant the subtle Sutsma Madhyama already described. She is the cause, Karana, because she precedes the other, Anya. This latter is gross, Sthula, i.e. the effect, Karya, because it emanates from the other, Tajan Yatvat. As there is this relation of cause and effect between these two, Anayo, namely, the subtle and gross Madhyama, therefore, the latter, Iyam, is the former, Sa, she. There is no difference, Veda, between the two. Identity, Tadatmya, that in which there is neither difference nor non-difference, is the characteristic of cause and effect, as we see in the case of mud in the mud-made pot. Shruti Chandogya Upanishad 6.1.4 also says, O gentle one, by one lump of clay all things made of clay are known. The variation is in names given to it when spoken of. The clay alone is real. The same thing becomes different only as an object of speech. When anything is spoken of, it becomes of two kinds, e.g., a mud pot becomes mud and pot. Verses 29 and 30. The chakra of 8 triangles, which is constituted of the letters Sha, Sa, Sa, and the Pa Varga, is an expansion, Vistara, of the middle triangle. These 9 triangles, together with the Bindu, make the 10, Dashaka, which are lighted by the light of Chit, Chiddipa, or Chiddipa. The 2 lights, Chayad Vitayam, of these 10 are spread forth, Vitatam. Bhaskara Raya, who cites portions of these 2 verses in his commentary to 6.16 of Nitya Sodashika, reads Durstam, seen. The 2 lights are the 2 chakras of 10 triangles each. There are in the whole yantra 43 triangles. As 2 chakras of 10 triangles each, of which the inner set of 10 triangles display the Ta Varga and the Tha Varga, and the outer of 10 triangles display the Ka Varga or Cha Varga and Ka Varga. Commentary. He next speaks of the appearance, Avirbhava, of Vaikari Shakti by a description of the chakra of 8 triangles, and other chakras, all which are the going forth, Prasarana, of the light and energy, Tejas, of the middle triangle, Madhya Shringata. The chakra of 8 triangles is called Sarva Roga Hara, all disease destroyer. The 8 triangles of which it consists are the 8 letters, namely the letters Sha, Sa, Sa, and the 5 letters of the Pa Varga. It is an expansion, Vistara, Vikasa, of the middle triangle, Madhya Trikona. The 9 triangles, Navakona, are the middle triangle and the 8 triangles here spoken of. These, together with the Bindu, Madhyankaka, make a group of 10, Dashaka. This group of 10 is illumined, Dipita, by the light of Chit, Chiddipa. That is, it is lustrous with the rays which surround Tripura, the mother seated in the Bindu Chakra, Bindu Chakra Dirudamba, who is light herself, Teho Murti. So it has been said in the Nitya Soda 6:14, the Bindu is the seat of union of the fire of final dissolution in Chit-Kala. In this way, the 10 and their 2 lights, Chayadvitayam, or Chayadvitayam, and Kantidvitayam, or Kantidvatayam, are spread out. By the 10, Dashaka is meant the aforementioned 3 chakras. Bindu, Trikona, Vasukona, 8 triangles, which are a mass of light, Teho Rashi Maya. Chaya here means Kanti, luster, light. These 2 lights become spread forth, Vitata, as the 2 chakras of 10 triangles each. These are the inner and outer chakras of 10 triangles, each which also are of boundless brilliance. Niravadika Teho Mandala. The 2 lights, Kanti Dvataya, or Kanti Dvataya, relate to these 2. The 2 chakras are called Sarva Rakshakara, all protector, and Sarvartha Sadaka, all accomplisher. By spread, Vitata is meant evolved, Parinata. So it has been said in the Nita Soda 6:15, the chakra of 10 triangles is the form of the manifested light of the 9 triangles. Nava Trikona Sparita Prabhu Rupa Dasharakam. The 9 triangles taken individually and collectively with the Bindu make 10. The 10 letters of the Tavarga and Thavarga are the triangles in the inner chakra of 10 triangles, and the 10 letters of Chavarga and Kavarga are the triangles in the outer chakra. Verse 31. The light of these, the first 4 chakras, is the fully evolved second or outer chakra of 10 triangles. Then appeared the chakra of 14 triangles, wherein are the 14 vowel letters beginning with A. Commentary. The lights of these first 4 chakras, Etak Chakra Katushka Prabha Sameta. The 4 chakras are Bindu, Trikona, 8 triangled and inner 10 triangled chakras. The 4 chakras are Bindu, Trikona, 8 triangled and inner 10 triangled chakras. The second or outer chakra of 10 triangles is here described as the fully evolved second or outer chakra of 10 triangles, Dasha Raparinama. This second 10 triangled chakra is united, Sameda Samyukta, with the light of the first 4 chakras. That is, the light of the 4 chakras spread over this chakra on account of its proximity to the others. So it has been said in the Nitya Soda 6:17, united with the light of the 4 chakras is the evolved chakra. In this verse is also described the appearance of the chakra of 14 triangles, wherein are the 14 vowel letters beginning with A. This chakra is called Sarva Saubhadya Dayaka, granter of all prosperity. Verse 32. Para, Pashyanti, and Madhyama in her form or aspect as the unuttered gross letters. By these 3 is produced Vaikari, who is the 51 letters of the alphabet. Commentary. After giving a description of the chakras beginning with the Bindu and ending with the chakra of 14 triangles, he here speaks of the appearance of Vaikari-Shakti. The nature, Laksana, of Para and other Shaktis has already been described. What is said here is that Vaikari, Madhyama as Suksama, is Navanada Mayi, and as Sthula, Nava Vargatma. The letters are formed as Madhyama but unuttered. See verses 26 and 27 ante. Madhyama as the unuttered gross letters in the evolution of speech is the stage immediately preceding Vaikari, who is all sound, Sarva Sabdatmika. It is the creatrix Nirmatri of the entire universe, Akila Prapanka, which is composed of the collectivity of the letters, Aksara Rashimaya. beginning with A and ending with Kasa or Kasha. Vaikari has been spoken of, Nitya-Sota 640, as pervading the universe or as the world form, Vishva Vigraha. Verse 33. The 8 groups of letters beginning with the Ka group, which are Vaikari-Shakti, are on the petals of the lotus of 8 petals, and it should always be borne in mind that this, the lotus of 16 petals, has on its petals the Shaktis, which are the vowel letters. Commentary. He here says that the 2 chakras, Sarva Samksobhana, all moving, or it may be all molding, and Sarva Shapari Paraka, fulfilling all hopes, or it may be filling all space, are composed of the Vaikari letters. Vaikari Varnatmaka are Vaikari Shakti. By this is meant that these, the 8 groups of letters, Ashta Vaikari Varga, the first of which is the Ka group, Kadi, are Vaikari Shakti. Vaikari Shakti Svarupa, the lotus of 8 petals, Ashta Dalabja. This is the Sarva Samksobhana chakra. This, the lotus of 16 petals, has on its petals the vowel letters. Svaragana Samuditam, Etad, Duyashta Dalam Boruham. The vowel letters, Svaragana, are the letters A and others, 16 in number, which are Samuditam, Samyagbhavitam, the petals of the 16-petaled lotus. This, etat. By this we are to understand that the author points to something visible, Paridarshyamānam, should always be borne in mind, Samchityam, that is, should be meditated upon, Sarvada Bhavaniyam, or Sarvada Bhavaniyam. Verse 34. The 3 circles. The 3 lines are, according to some, immediately outside the 16-petaled lotus. The 3 circles are the transformations, vikara, of the 3 lines emanating from the 3 bindus. These are the circles in the Bhupura, Bobimbatrayam etat. The 3 mothers, Pashyanti and others, here rest, i.e. Madhyama and Vaikari. Commentary. The 3 circles, Tani Vritani. These are the circles which surround the chakras of 14 triangles, the lotus of 8 petals, and the lotus of 16 petals. 3 bindus, Bindu Traya. These are the previously spoken of red, white, and mixed bindus. The 3 lights, Tehastri Taya, are the substance, Tanmaya, of the 3 bindus as they proceed therefrom. By speaking of the 3 circles as the 3 lights, the chakra is shown to be composed of the 3-fold division of moon, sun, and fire. Soma, Surya, Nala, Trikanda, Maya. So, Agama says, the Matrika chakra is of 3 divisions consisting of moon, sun, and fire. By transformations, vikara, we have to understand the 3 circles of the 3 bindus and their lights. In these circles abide the Shaktis. As to the place of these Shaktis, there are divergent views. Anima and others, Brahmi and others, and Sarva Samkosobhini and others. The 3 mothers, Pashyanti and others here rest. Pashyanti Yaditri Matri Visranti. The meaning of this is that the 3 Shaktis, Pashyanti, Madhyama, and Vaikari, are up to this place luminous, Vijrimbamana. That is, they function from the Trikona to the Bhupura. This has been fully dealt with in the Vamakeshvara, Nitya-Sota, chapter 4, 36-40. Verse 35. Movement is either pada viksepa. The forms of kramana are explained in the commentary which follows. Pada viksepa literally means step by step, in defined direction. Kramodaya, gradual expansion and unfolding in all direction. Movement is either Pada-Viksepa or Kramodaya, and is therefore said to be of two kinds, namely the Shaktis, Avaranam, i.e. Avarana Shaktis. These obstruct men from seeing the Devi like a patch of cloud which is much smaller than the sun, yet prevents it being seen, who surround her and the line of gurus. These two are the movements of the lotus feet of the Mother. Ambapadam Bhuja Parasara. Commentary. After having fully described the Sri Chakra of Maha Tripurasundari, he, in 15 verses, 35 through 49, speaks of the group of Shaktis in the chakra which surround her. Avarana, Chakrantargata, Shuktini Kurumba, and of the Guru Mandala which is near her, as the unfolding, Parinati, of the body or limbs, of Yava, of the Devi. Movement, Kramana. The word literally means walking. Padakrama, motion, is affected by Pada-Viksepa, or by Kramodaya. By Pada-Viksepa is meant the power of Sundari to produce countless Shaktis, who are the countless millions of her rays. Shruti, Arunopanishad, also says, the rays which are self-originated are what made bodies. Shari Rani. Bhairava Yamala also says, Lakshmidhara in his commentary on Sundarya Lahari, verse 24, points out that the passage in Bhairava Yamala, beginning, "It is by the light of this Devi," explains the Shruti text which says, "There is no sun, no moon," quoted under verse 1 of this book. In the Bindu united with Sadashiva is the Maheshvari, who creates, maintains, and withdraws the worlds. Jagadutpati Sthita Samgara Karini, and is beyond the tattvas, or tattvatita. She is light itself, Jiroti Rupa, and transcendent, Parakara. O Shiva, emanating from her body are rays in thousands, 2,000, 100,000, 10 millions, 100 millions, there is no counting their great numbers. It is by and through her that all things moving and motionless shine. O Maheshani, it is by the light of this Devi that all things become manifest. There is nothing which, bereft of her light, can be manifest. Without the creative thinking, Chitti, of her who is Chit, Chidrupa, and Shiva-Shakti, this moving and motionless world would of a certainty be enveloped in darkness. Andiam apadyate nunam. O Maheshvari of the countless millions of rays which are moon, sun, and fire, Soma Surya-Nalatmana, there are 360 which are spread throughout. Vyashnuvavana, the Brahmananda which is in the midst thereof. Fire has 108, sun 116, and moon 136 rays. O Samkari, these illumine the macrocosm, Brahmanda, and the microcosm, Pindanda, also. The sun illumines the day, the moon the night, and fire the twilights, morning and evening. Thus is time divided, Prakashyanta Kalam Ste. Therefore these three, sun, moon, and fire, are time. Kalatmakas Traya. 360 days make a year, and Shruti says, see Samkhiyana Aranyaka 1 Taittiriya Brahmana 162, says that Mahadeva, who is Lord of creatures, Prajapati, is the year, Hayanatma. By Kramodaya is meant going forth, Prasarana of the Devi as the Guru Mandalas, Bhavanopanishad 1 Sri Guru Sarvakarana Bhuta Shakti, The Guru is the Shakti, the cause of all. Also see Tantra Raja 35:2. Kadimata, Guru Radya Bhavet Shakti. The Guru is primordial Shakti. Of the Divya, Siddha, and Manava groups, whose number is endless and whose nature is illumination. Prakashatmaka. Shaktis who surround her. Avaranam. Anything that surrounds or encloses or prevents the view is used in the text to signify the countless Shaktis abiding in what are commonly called Avarana chakras of the Devi. By line of Gurus, Guru Pankti is meant the circle or mandala of Gurus, as above mentioned. These two are the going forth, prasara, prasarana, or efflorescence, vijrimbana, of the lotus feet, that is, feet which are Sripada of the Mother Tripura. So it has been said, the light, Mahateha, of Tripura is, it is so declared, divided in many million ways, but in the midst of these shines, transcendent, Maha Tripura Sundari herself. Verse 36. When she, this all-excelling great queen, changes into the form of the chakra, then the limbs of her body change into Avarana Devatas. Commentary. The author now speaks in an orderly form of the mode of her going forth, Prasara Prasarani. She, this, Sayam. By this the author emphasizes that she is the mass of continuous and endless light and energy, Aparik Chinananta, Teho Rashi Mai. All excelling, Para, Sarvot Krishta, Great Queen, Maheshi. By this is to be understood that she is conscious of her all-embracing imperial dominion, Samrajya, and powers, Sambad, Vibhuti, that she is bliss eternal, boundless, and immense, and that she is adored by countless millions of yoginis. Into the form of the chakra, Chakra Karena. By chakra here is meant the Sri Chakra made up of 9 chakras, the first of which is Bindu, and the last Trilokya Mohan. This is the chakra which is spoken of in the Nitya Soda 6.13 as the chakra of 9 chakras wherein are 9 different mantras. Changes into, or parinameta, that is when she sees the sphurata of the Atma. Nitya Sodasika 6.10 and Yogini Hridaya 1.10. By which is meant when she sees the Atma who is complete bliss and changes or assumes another form. Parinameta Akarantaram Aveta. Limbs of her body change into Tadeha Vayavanam Parinati. Her body, Deha, is a mass of light. Teha Puṇyānandanātha. The limbs, Avayava, of the body are the rays. Change is assumption of another state or condition. Parinati, or Avasthanta Rapati. Here the surrounding devatas, Avarana Devata, are the countless Shaktis, such as the groups of Vashini and others, Anima and others, who are part of the ocean of consciousness bliss, Chidananda Samud Ratmaka. The countless millions of Shaktis appear and disappear like bubbles, Budbuddha, on the face of the ocean. Shruti says, this is seemingly Kuliko Upanishad, verse 18, but the reading is slightly different from the printed text. That in which all things, bhava, disappear, and from which those things disappeared reappear again and again disappear and grow again like bubbles. Also, Agama Nitya Sodashika 6.55 says, such is the tehas, light and energy, of which the chakra is composed, the shaktis therein being like heaving waves. verses 37 and 38. She who is Devi Tripurasundari abides in the Bindu Maya Chakra. There she is seated in the lap of Kameshvara. A digit of the moon is placed by her as an adornment on her forehead. She holds in her hands the noose, the goad, the sugarcane bow, and the 5 flowery arrows. She is red like the rising sun. The moon, the sun, and the fire are her 3 eyes. Commentary. Before giving an account on the Avarana Shaktis, namely Vashini and others, he here describes the nature, Svarupa, of the chief or principal Devata, Mula Devata. By the Bindu Maya Chakra is meant the supreme ether, Paramakasha. The Bindu has elsewhere been spoken of as Paramakasha, Bindave Paramakashe. The Bindu is called Sarvananda Maya Chakra, Chakra of all bliss. By chakra is meant the pitha in which she may unite and enjoy with the Atma. Atma Samkramana, Viharanarha Pitha. Shruti says, wherein she moved, that became the chakra. Yad Esha Kamkramat, Tak Chakrama Bhavat. The word chakra is derived from the root kramu, to move, to step out, to evolve or emanate. Abides in asina, that is, she is shining above the Bindu. Bindu Pari Pradeshi, Vira Jamana. She who is Devi Tripurasundari, Sa Tripurasundari Devi. The pronoun she, or sa, is used here to impress on the mind the fact that she is the Tripurasundari, who is not limited by space or time. Desha Kalakara Nava Chinna is the very self of that, Tat Svarupini, and adorable, Svarhaniya, as she is the cause of all, Sarvakara Natvena. She is seated in the lap of Kameshvara, Kameshvaranka Nilaya. By lap, Anka is meant the left thigh. Her abode or seat is the left thigh of Kameshvara, who is the Lord adored by all, Shri Natha. So it has been said in Bhairava Yamala, the knowledge, vidya of the greatness, kala, vibhuti, of Para-Shakti, is in the form of the Sri Chakra, Sri Chakra Kara Rupini. According to another reading of this text, the first portion of the translation would read thus: Kala, Hardakala, Vidya, i.e. the mantra of 15 letters, Para-Shakti, who assumes the form of, or manifests as, the Sri Chakra. In the middle of it is the place of the Bindu, and in it is the Supreme Lady. She is united, Sampkurta, with Sadashiva, and is beyond all tattvas, Sarva Tattvatika, and ever existent, Sati. O Ishvari, the chakra of Tripurasundari is the universe itself. Brahmananda Karam. Devi. This word means that she enjoys herself, Vinodini, in the work, Vyapara, of creation and the like of the universe. A digit of the moon is placed by her as an adornment on her forehead. Kalaya Kandrasya Kalpito Tamsa. The digit, Kala, is the one which is the life of the universe, Vishva Javini. The word Kalpita, that is, placed, used, shows that the region of the moon, Kandra Mandala, is merely an accessory, Upakarana, for enjoyment of Bhagavati. Noose, Pasha, represents Iccha-Shakti, Iccha-Shakti Svarupa, which is the bondage causing the distinction between the individual self and the Supreme Spirit, Svatma Beda Bandhana. Goad, Ankusha, represents Jnana-Shakti, which is the means, Upaya, whereby the difference, Beda, between Sva, Brahman, and Rupa, form, is destroyed. The sugarcane bow and the 5 flowery arrows, Itsukapa Prasuna Shara Pankaka, represents Kriya-Shakti, which is cause, Sadhana, literally instrument of attachment, of Arjana, to things, Akara, literally forms, outside oneself, Svabhina. As to Pasha, Ankusha, bow and arrows, compare Bhavano Upanishad 21 through 24, or Bhavano Upanishad. The sense of this is that it is the Shaktis, Iccha, Jnana, and Kriya, which in obedience to her behest assume the forms of Pasa, or Pasha, and the like, and remain in her service. Tadupasanam Akaranti. So the Vamakeshvara, Nitya Soda 653, says, the resplendent one holding in her hand the noose, Pasha, which is will, Iccha-Shakti, the goad, Ankusha, which is knowledge, Jnana-Shakti, and the arrows and the bow, which is action, Kriya-Shakti. Verse 39. That couple, Kameshvara, and Tripurasundari, are in the triangle which is constituted by the 3 bindus, Bindu Triyatmaka, and by reason of change of aspect, Guna Badat, she assumes the form of 3 other couples, the first of which is Kameshi Mitresa. Tripura is in the center Bindu. The surrounding 3 bindus make the inverted triangle. In the single bindu at foot, she is guru of the Treta Yuga. In the upper right bindu, she is the guru of the Dvapara Yuga, and in the upper left bindu of the Kali Yuga. Commentary. The author here speaks of the celestial couple who is the very self of the Guru Mandalas, Guru Mandala Svarupa, of the Divya, Siddha, and Manava lines, or Odha, of Gurus, who are seemingly different but not really so, Avishesa, Beda, Bina. That couple, Tan Mithunam, by the word that, it is meant to be understood that the couple Kameshvari, recognized in all Upanishads, is here meant. The meaning is that it is the Supreme Spirit, Paramatma, which divides itself into female and male, and enjoys as the couple, Maithuna Rupena, Viharati. Shruti also, in the Bradaranyaka 143, by the text which begins, he verily did not enjoy because one cannot enjoy, speaks of the Brahman who within itself enjoys as the paired male and female, Maithunatma Viharana Shila. Agama, or Rahasyagama, also says that Paramashiva, who is the paired or united, Maithuni Bhuta, Prakasha, and Vimarsha, brought down Samavataryat all the Tantras. Sadashiva himself remaining in the positions of both teacher, guru, and disciple, Shishya, by words cast in the form of questions and answers, brings down Tantra on earth. The couple, Maithuna, who are the united Kama and Kameshvari, assume the forms of Mitresha-Natha Kameshvari, Udisa-Natha Bajreshvari, and Sastisha-Natha Bhagamalini, as the 3 pairs, Maithuna, of the Divya, Siddha, and Manava lines of gurus. See Tantra Raja, Volume 8, Tantrik Texts, Chapter 1, 7, and Chapter 2, under 5, 52, post. The names of the 3 gurus and their Shaktis are given differently. Possibly one or other portion of the text is incorrect. Verse 40. Those that abide in the Chakra of 8 triangles are Vashini, and the others. These Shaktis are called Rahasya Yoginis, see Nitya Sodashika 8, 162, because they are subtle, who are red like the evening sun. This Chakra of 8 triangles is the 8-fold subtle body of the Devi, which is the chakra, and the self thereof is the supreme experience, samvid. Commentary. From here onwards he describes the form and nature, svarupa bhavan, of the surrounding devatas, avarana devata, those that abide in the chakra of 8 triangles. Vasukona Nivasinya. The chakra of 8 triangles is the chakra called Sarva Rogahara, all disease destroyer. The 8 Shaktis, Vasini, and others abide in this chakra. They are powerful to grant the bliss arising from the experience of complete I-ness. Purnaham Bhavadana Samartha. It is because they are able to give the experience of complete I-ness that this chakra is Rogahara. For it has been said, the sense of imperfection is disease, and the source misery. Apurnam Manyata Vyadi Karpanyaka Nidana Bhu. These Shaktis shine like the evening sun and are therefore described as red like the evening sun. Samdhya Runa. The Devi is the supreme experience, Samvid Atma, by which is meant that her own form, Svarupa, is knowledge in itself. Shruti, in reference to the Brahman, speaks of being, Satyam, knowledge, Jnanam, and eternity, Anantam. Agama says that the Devi Tripura is Svasamvid. By Devi is meant that she, in her desire to be many, is playfully moving about and active, Viharana Svabhava. The chakra of 8 triangles is the 8-fold subtle body of the Devi, Chakratano, Puryastakam, in the form of the Sri Chakra, Chakratmika. By chakra is meant the Shri Chakra. The subtle body, Puryastaka, 8-fold body, is so called because of the 8 which compose it. They are, as the Svakanda Tantra says, Chitti, Chitta, Caitanya, Chitana, Indriya Karma, Jiva, Kala, and Sharira. Different stages of Chit-Shakti. Bhaskara Raya, in his commentary on Nitya Sodashika 8, 160 through 164, enumerates what constitute the 8-fold Sthula body of the Devi. They are 1. Karmendriyas, 2. The Jnanadriyas, 3. Manas, etc., 4. The Pranas, 5. The elements, Vyat, etc., 6. Kama, 7. Karma, and 8. Tamas. Verse 41. As for her powers, they, having assumed the forms of Sarvajna and others, abide in the inner 10 triangled chakra. They are beautiful like the autumnal moon. Commentary. Her powers, Vyasya Vritaya, are in close proximity to the chakra of 8 triangles. That is, they are the inner chakra of 10 triangles. They, Ta, by this is emphasized their well-known power to assist the Sadhaka to maintain the identity of his self in the Supreme Atma. Svatmaitya Rupa Ratsana Darinitvena Prasiddha. This chakra is so close to the Bindu. He who realizes them is near to self-realization. Having assumed the form of Sarvajna and others, Sarvajna Disvarupam Apana, these powers become the 10 Shaktis, Sarvajna and others, and abide in the chakra of 10 triangles known by the name of Sarva Rakshakara. They are called Nigarbha Yoginis. The expression Nigarbha has been defined by Bhaskara Raya under 748 and 8.157 Nitya Soda, and are white and clear like the autumnal moon. Sharadindu Sundara Kara. Verse 42. The Yoginis in the series of angles outside this last are those, the first of whom is Sarva Siddhi Prada. They are the objects of the Jnanandriyas and Karmendriyas of the Devi, and are adorned with white raiment and ornament. Commentary. In the series of triangles outside this last, Tadbhaya Pankti Konesu, by this is meant Sarva Raksarakara Chakra, outside which is the chakra called Sarvartha Sadaka, accomplisher of all aims. In the series of angles, Pankti-Onesu, by this we are to understand that the angles of the triangles of which the Sarvartha Sadaka Chakra is composed are in proximity to the triangles of the Sarva-Rakshakara Chakra. The yoginis in this chakra, Sarva Artha Sadaka, are called Kula-Kaulas. Cf. Nitya Soda 8, 151 through 155. And they are the 10 Shaktis, Sarva Siddhi Prada, and others. They are the objects of the Jnanendriyas and Karmendriyas of the Devi. Devidi, Karmendriya, Visaya, Maya. These 10 Shaktis are the objects of sense perception, such as sound is of hearing and the like. They are clad in white raiment, and their adornment is also white. Vishadavesa Busadiya. The sense of this is that these Shaktis are inseparate from or identical with Abheda Rupa, the mantra, the Devata and the Sadaka's self, and are white, clad in white raiment, and grant Siddhi. That is, they help the Sadaka to realize his identity with the mantra and the Devata. Verse 43. Those Shaktis who have their places in the chakra of 14 triangles are the unfolding movements of the 14 instruments of mind and senses of the Devi. They are clad in garments red like the evening sun, and are the Sampradaya Yoginis, and they should be meditated upon as above. Commentary. This chakra of 14 triangles is called Sarva Saubhagya Dayaka, giver of all prosperity. The 14, the word Manu is used for 14, and Bhuvana is used for the same number. There are 14 Manus and 14 Bhuvanas. The 14 instruments, Manu Karana, of the Devi are 5 of Jnana, Panka Jnanendriyani, the 5 of Karma, Panka Karmendriyani, and Manas, Buddhi, Ahamkara, Chitta. Unfolding movements, Vivarana, Svarana. These movements, Svarana, of the senses are in the chakra of 14 triangles, Bhuvanara Chakra, as the Shaktis therein. The Devi herself is in this chakra as the 14 Devatas, who are her 14 instruments. The Shaktis or Devatas are Sarva Samksobhini and others. They are called Sampradaya Yoginis because they are forms of the Adi-Shakti, Adi-Shakti Mayatvena. They should be meditated upon as unmanifested, Avyakta. Verse 44. Avyakta, Mahat, Ahamkriti, and the 5 Tanmatras, having assumed womanly forms, abide resplendent in the lotus of 8 petals. They are known as the Guptatara or Duptatara Yoginis. Commentary. By Avyakta, unmanifest, is meant the Avyakta Tattva, i.e. Prakriti. By Mahat or Mahat Tattva is meant Buddhi, and by Ahamkriti is meant Ahamkara Tattva. The Tanmatras are the 5 Tanmatras of Prithivi and others. These make 8. These 8 have in this chakra assumed womanly forms. Svi Kirtangana Kara. They are forms of the Devi, Devyatmika. They are called Guptatara Yoginis, because they are within. Antaranga, literally comprehended or inseparable. Antaranga Bhuta, the Mula Devi. These 8 Shaktis who are Ananga Kushuma or Kusuma, and others abide in the chakra of 8 petals which is called Sarva Samkshobhana. Abide resplendent, Jayanti, i.e., they are there excelling all. Sarvotkarsena Vartante. Verse 45. The bhuttas, the 10 senses and mind, manas, are the 16 variations, vikara, of the Devi. As Kamakarsini and others, Kamakardisini Yadi Svarupata, they dwell in the lotus of 16 petals. Commentary. By the bhuttas is meant the elements of earth, and others, Prithivi Yadini. The 10 senses are the sense of perception and action, Jnana Karmo Bhaya Laksana. These 15 and mind, manas, are the 16 variations of the Devi which are in the chakra of 16 petals, which is called Sarvasha Paripuraka, as the 16 Shaktis, Kamakarsini and others. Kamakarsiniya Diso Dasa Satya Karena. In the chakra called Sarva Sharpari Puraka, fulfiller of all hopes, or that which fills up all the points of compass, that is, all space, Kamakarsini and others who are the vowels, Svaratmika. Verse 46. All the mudras, including Trikanda, are samvit and excel all. They are in the first, innermost section of the Vipura, and resemble the young sun in their luster. Commentary. Including Trikanda, Trikandaya Saha, that is, along with the Trikanda Mudra, are Samvit, Samvinmayi, i.e. inherent in Chidgana, massive consciousness, or Brahman, Chidgananistha, they, Vipura, Adi Makatura Sra Nilaya, that is, they abide in the first or innermost section of the square, which is called Mahigraha, or Mahigurha, Bhupura, and the like. This Bhupura consists of 3 sections, as the following verses show. That the mudras are of the nature of Samvit, shown in the following text. Mudra moves in the ether or chit, Chid Vyomakarini. Kakari Mudra is the state of Shiva, Shiva Vastha. The 10 mudras, Sarva Samkobini, and the rest are great Shaktis who dispel fear and give great bliss or happiness. So it has been said. Mudras are so called because they free men from the evil influences of grahas and the like, and destroy the many bonds which enslave men. To free is in Sanskrit muk, dissolve, destroy, is drava yanti in Sanskrit, and is derived from the root dra, to dissolve, fuse. In the passage quoted from Nitya-Soda, dravana is used in the sense of fusion. These mudras are the queens, Adhisthana Nayika, of the 9 chakras, beginning with the square, Katurasrati, and ending with the bindu, Bindavanta, or Bindavanta. This has been dealt with in the Vamakeshvara Nitya-Soda 6, 57-61. The commentator quotes only the beginning and end of the passage. The mudras require a more full treatment, and that is why a brief summary is given here, where it is shown how Chit-Shakti, when she makes manifest and cognizes the universe as this on herself, as the basis assumes the forms of the several mudras there mentioned. Verse 47. Her 9 adharas, that is, the centers, adhara means a support, muladhara, root support, are transformed, parinata, into 9 chakras. The Shaktis of the 9 Nathas, therefore, also become changed into parinata, the forms of the mudras, mudra karena. Commentary. The 9 adharas are Akula, the red lotus of 1,000 petals below the Muladhara corresponding to the white Sahasrara lotus, Bhavanopanishad, RK 13, Adharanavakam Mudra Saktaya, and Bhaskara Raya's note thereto. Muladhara, Svadhisthana, Manipura, Anahata, Vishuddha, Lambika, Anya, and Bindu. These are the adharas of the Devi in the sense that she is the Upasaka. Upasaka Svarupini possesses these. Similarly, the 9 Shaktis of the 9 Nathas become the 9 Mudras. Verse 48. Her 7 dhatus, skin, and the rest, and her form manifest as the forms of the 8 mothers, Brahmi, and others. They dwell in the middle, Bhubimba. Bhubimba, the disk or circle of the Bhupura, which is the square and forms the base of the Sri Chakra. These Shaktis are in the middle circle. The Bhavanopanishad, RK 12, says, Kama, Krodha, Lobha, Moha, Mada, Matsarya, Punya, Papamaya, Brahmyadiyasta, Saktaya. And the Tantra Raja also says, Urmaya, Punyapape, Ka, Brahmyadiya, Matara, Samarta. Commentary. 7 dhatus, skin, and the rest. Tagavadi, Sapta Dhatava. These 7 dhatus of the Devi and her form, Aikara, assume the shape of the 8 matrikas, Brahmi, and others, and abide in the middle section of the Bhupura, Madhyama, Bhubimba, Nikatanaga. Verse 49. Her 8 powers, Anima, and others, assume the forms of beautiful young women. The Bhavanopanishad, RK 11, says, Niyati, Shringa Radio, Rasa Animadaya. And the Tantra Raja also says, Sri Chakra, Siddhaya, Prakta Rasa, Niyati Samyutta, and are attainable by other practices, vidyas. Being of secondary nature, they are in the last, lowest section of the Bhupura. Commentary. Her Asya, i.e. of the Parameshvari, her 8 powers, Anima, and others, Animadi Bhutaya. These are the 8 siddhis or bhutis, the first enumeration of which is anima or anima. These are in the form of beautiful young women, Kamaniya, Kamini, Rupa, attainable by other vidyas, Vidyantara Phalabhuta. That is, these siddhis or great powers are the fruits attainable by the practice of other vidyas, such as Hatha Yoga and others. Being of secondary nature, Guna Bhavana. The word guna is here to mean secondary or subordinate, as opposed mutya, which means chief, foremost. These not being of a nature as important as the highest aim, which is moksha, are to be considered negligible and ultimately discarded. Guna Bhavana, Upa Sarjani Bhavana, are in the last section of the Bhupura, Antya Bhuni Ketanaga. That is, they are in the lowest of the 3 sections of the square. By worshipping Paramatma in this manner, the sadhaka becomes the great Lord, Parameshvara himself. Verse 50. Parama Shiva, who is the Lord and is one with the Bindu, experiences the highest bliss. It is he who in his Vimarsha Shakti aspect becomes gradually differentiated and assumes the form of Kamesha. Commentary. Having in the manner described explained the stages of the unfolding of the chakra, Chakrakrama, which is but a manifestation of Kamakalavilāsa Rupa, he now in his kindness towards his disciples commences to describe the series of gurus beginning with Paramashiva in 4 verses, of which this is the first. For a true knowledge of the chakra, the devata and mantra can be gained by knowing the succession of gurus who are Parameshvara. Parameshvaratmaka Guru Krama Jnana Bhavana Labhyate, experiences the highest bliss. Paramanandanu Bhava. That is, he is the one who has the knowledge or experience, Anubhava Jnana, which excels all other bliss, Parama Sarvot Kirshta. This Ananda or bliss consists in experience as complete I-ness, Paripurnaham Bhava Rupa. Shruti also says other creatures experience a fragment of this bliss. Etasaivananda Sayani Yani Bhutani Matram Upajivanti Brihadaranyaka 4.3.32. Param Shiva, who is the Lord, and is one with the Bindu. Parama Guru Nirvishesha Bindvatma. By Parama Guru is meant the first Guru, Adinatha, who is Param Shiva. The Bindu is one with him. Nirvishesa Abhina. The Bindu is the Kamakala, Kamakala Rupa. He whose self, Atma Svarupa, is the Bindu, is the Parama Shiva, who is the first Lord or Guru. Adinatha Rupi Parama Shiva. The Upanishads contain various texts like the following. Bliss is Brahma. Taittiriya 3.6. Brahman is truth or being, knowledge, and eternal. Taittiriya 2.9.1. To the Brahman who is pure, Chit, Chinmatra, all-seeing, Sarvadrasta, all-witnessing, Sarvasakshi, all-absorbing, Sarvagrasa, all-devouring, who is the adored of all, Sarva Premispada, who is in itself being, Sat, consciousness, Sit, or Chit, and bliss, Ananda, dependent on nothing, Matra, and massive experience, Ekarasa. Nri Uttara 5.6, and again, this Atma is pure being, Sanmatra, eternal, Nitya, knowledge, Buddha, pure, Shuddha, truth, Satya, free, Mukta, devoid of Maya, Niranjana, and omnipresent, Vibhu, non-dual, Advaya, bliss, Ananda, supreme, Para, Nri Uttara 9.9. They lead to the conclusion that it is the very merciful Parameshvara, the supreme truth, as massive consciousness and bliss, and as both Prakasha and Vimarsha. Chidananda Gana Paramartha, Prakasha Vimarshatma, who divided his own self into the Bindus, making Kamakala, and became Kama Kameshvari, and other couples who are the Divya, the Siddha, and Manava lines of gurus. Siddha, these form the second class of gurus in all tantras. Different schools or sampradayas have different names for the gurus of the three classes. He thus becomes the whole body of the gurus, Guru Mandalatma, and protects such as are truly devout. This is the sense. Shruti also says, he is this Atma. The Atma verily is this Shakti. She is the becoming, Bhava, and non-becoming, Abhava, the being and non-being. If Parama Guru Nirvishesha Bindvatma be read as two words, as Parama Guru and Nirvishesha Bindvatma, then the meaning will be that the Parama Guru, which is another name for Adinatha, is the transcendent, Nirvishesha Nishprapanka, Bindu, who is indicated by Lakshana, Sat, Chit, and Ananda. So it has been said. The supreme ether, Akasha, which is the Bindu, which is transcendent, Nisprapanka, is Sat, Chit, and Ananda. One without a second, Nirabhasa, in whom there is no distinction of subject and object, knower and object of knowledge, Nirvikalpa, and is imperishable, Niramaya. The Parameshvara, who is like this, did himself become Abhut, the Guru Mandala, the first of whom is Kamakameshvari. It is he, sa Puna, it is the Paramatma already spoken of, who by degrees, kramena, becomes differentiated, bina, in the manner to be later known as the Divya and Siddha classes from his Vimarsha part, Vimarshangshat. By Vimarsha is meant his own Shakti as Kamakala. By part, Angsha, is meant half of this. Assumes the form of Kamesha, Kamashet Vang, Yayu, or Yayao. Changed into the state of Kamesha, that is, he himself became Kamaraja. The sense of this is that it is the Paramatma who of his own will divided his own self into Kama and Kameshvari, and as the teacher, Guru, and the disciple, Shishya or Shishya, brings down all tantras. Shruti Burha Aranyaka 143 also says, he divided this Atma into two, thereby arose husband and wife. Verse 51. Shiva, the Guru who abides in the Udayana-pitha, did in the Kirta Yuga impart the Vidya to her, his own Shakti, the Vimarsha Rupini, Kameshvari. Commentary. In this verse, he further discusses what has been stated in the preceding verse. By Shiva is meant the Paramatma, who is the author of all, Sarva Pravartaka. Guru is he who instructs in Jnana-Padesta. So it has been said that the Guru is means of success. Gurur Upaya also. Kularnava Tantra 17:7. The word Gu signifies darkness, and the word Ru signifies that which dispels it. Guru is so called because he dispels darkness. Who abides in the Udayana-pitha, Asina Shripithe. By this is meant that the abode of Shiva is the Udayana-pitha within the innermost triangle. In the Krita Yuga Kale, by this we are to understand that it was in the beginning of Kirta or Krita, or Satya age, that Shiva imparted the knowledge of the Vidya. By Vidya is meant the Vidya which is fully established in all Upanishads, and whereby a man can realize his oneness with the Atma, Atmaikiya Pradayini, did impart, Dadao, fully instructed, Upadidesa, her, his own Shakti, Tasyai Svashaktiai. The force of her pronoun, her, is to press on the reader's attention the fact that it is she who gives boundless happiness to all creatures. Sarva Bhutanam, Niravadi Kanandadiyini, his own Shakti, Sva-Shakti. By this we are to understand that it is she who enables the Lord to manifest his own being. Svarupa Sata Sampradatri, so it has been said. Even the Supreme, if disunited from Shakti, is unable to do anything. O Parameshani, he is capable of action if he is united with Shakti. Vimarsa Rupini, she is so called because she is the Supreme Shakti, which is, literally, is the resting place of the Supreme Manifesting Bliss. Anitarananda Visranti Sathanabhuta Shakti Para Rupini. So it has been said, Samketa Padati, the letter A is the first of all and is Prakasha in the Supreme Shiva, and the letter Ha is the last, which is Kala and is called Vimarsha. Kameshvari, she is so called because she at all times and in every way grants all objects of desire, Sarvabhista Pradayini, and is one with one's own Atma, Svatma Bhuta. Verses 52 and 53. She who is the queen of the three places, the three angles of the triangle, Kamakala, and bears the appellations of the eldest, the middle, or the second, and the youngest, who is the object of the enjoyment of Paramashiva, assumed the name of Mitra Deva. It is she who, having first purified the Gurus by initiation, revealed the Vidya to them who are the seeds of the 3 ages, yugas, the first of which is Treta, and who are the lords of the 3 bijas. It is by these 3 gurus that the 3 groups or classes, Odha, are maintained. Now has been said the order of the gurus, Guru Krama. Commentary. The tradition, Sampradaya, relating to the gurus may be put thus. True that these 2, Kameshvara and Kameshvari, are of equal high degree, Samatatvau, and are identical, Samau, and Shakti is ever young, Ajara, and the cause of the universe, Vishvayoni, and the Sankhayana branch of the Rigveda, has said primeval Shakti is red, Aruna. The color of the Rajas Guna of Kriya-Shakti. The text quoted above is from the Tripura Mahopanishad, but greatly mutilated, though the sense is not. It is the second half of the 14th arche of that Upanishad and runs thus: Samapradano, Samasatvau, Samajare, Tayo, Shakti Rajara, Vishvayoni. As quoted in the text, it is not quite correct. The mother of the universe, Vishvajanya. Yet Parama Shiva, who was desirous of revealing his secret system, Rahasya Tantra, containing the essence of all the Upanishads, did so by the aid of Kameshvari herself, who is the cause of all, Sarva Karana Rupini, and is shown by the expression Vishvayoni or Vishvajanya. After the creation of the universe in the first, Adi, i.e. Satya or Krita, age, abiding as he was in the Udayana Pitha, which is replete with the bliss of his own illumination, Prakashananda Saramaya, he, under his name Sri Karya-Nandanātha, instructed the adorable lady who is one with him in the rules relating to Sri Vidya, Sri Vidya Krama. He himself says, "Verily do I adore the great center of the Chakra, which is supreme bliss, and the innermost essence of Prakasha and Vimarsha, Anuttara, Vimarshika, Sara, and pure experience, Samvinmaya." She, in the Treta, Dvapara, and Kali ages, did in the forms of the gurus mentioned below introduce the very secret system of Shiva, Shambhava Tantram. The order of the gurus is as follows. To understand the gem of Sri Vidya, either of 2 lines of Samtana may be followed. They are the line of Kamaraja and the line of Lopamudra. The line of Kamaraja is to be found in every form of Vidya, Sakala, Vidya Nusam, Samdaya Vichina, and this has been said by even the gurus of old. They say that the line of Lopamudra runs in sections, Vichinataya Pravartate. There are in this 7 gurus of the Divya class, 4 of the Siddha class, and 8 of the Manava class. The Lalitarkana Manjari gives the names of the gurus as follows. The 7 of the Divya class are 1. Praparakashanandanātha, 2. Parashivanandanātha, 3. Para-Shakti Devyamba, 4. Kailashvaranandanātha, 5. Sukla Devyamba, 6. Kulashvaranandanātha, 7. Kameshvaryamba. The 4 gurus of the Siddha class are 1. Bodhanandanātha, 2. Klinanandanātha, 3. Samayanandanātha, 4. Sahajanandanātha. The 8 of the Manava class are 1. Gagananandanātha, 2. Vishvanandanātha, 3. Vimalanandanātha, 4. Madhanandanātha, or Madhanandanātha, 5. Bhuvanandanātha, 6. Nilanandanātha, 7. Atmanandanātha, and 8. Priyanandanātha. Those of the first mentioned class should be worshipped behind and the other 2 on her left and the right, respectively. The order of the Divya class is as follows. In the beginning of the Kirta age, Paramashiva himself, who abides in the Uddiyana Pitha and is one, Vimristatanu, with Tripurasundari, who is his own Shakti, Svatma Shakti Akaya, is the first guru under the name of Sri Puṇyānandanātha. So it has been said. She who is the body of Kamaraja abides in the Uddiyana Pitha, which is in the middle of the first triangular chakra in a soundless state. Asvarakaratam prapaya triyashrasam ketam asyagat. At the apex of the inner inverted triangle, which is the Kamarupa Pitha, abides Srimad Urdhva Natha, who is the guru of the Treta age, and is one with Kameshvari, the presiding devata of Vagbhava Bija. So it has been said. She who is at the apex of the inverted triangle is Kameshi, abiding in Kamapitha. At the right-hand corner of the inner triangle, which is the Jalandhara Pitha, is Sastadeva Natha, who is the guru of the Dvapara age, and who is in a state of inseparate union, Milita Svarupa, with Vajrashvari, who is the presiding devata of Kamaraja Bija. So it has been said, at the right-hand corner of the triangle, which is Jalandhara Pitha, is Vajreshi. At the left-hand corner of the middle triangle, which is the Purnagiri Pitha, is Mitra Devanatha, who is the guru of the Kali age, and is one with Bhagamalini, who is the devata of the Shakti Bija there. So it has been said. Bhagyeshi, who abides in the Purnapitha, is in the left corner of the triangle. Mitresha Deva did in the beginning of the Kali age bestow his grace on the venerated Lopamudra and Agastya, the couple refulgent for their great devotion, tapas. Particulars about the 7 who composed the Divya class can only be known from the Guru. We now follow the text. She saw. By this, the aforementioned beloved, Prananayika, of Paramashiva is meant. She assumed, cf. Tantra Raja 35, Gurur Adya Bhavek Chakti Sa Vimarshamai Mata, the name of Mitra Deva Natha. Here, the mention of Mitra Deva implies the gurus of the Treta and Dvapara ages. She, in turn, becomes the gurus of the Treta and other yugas and continues the tradition. Lady or queen of the 3 places, Sthanesha, that is, she is the presiding devata, Isha, Adhistatri, of the apex, the right and the left corners of the middle triangle, where she abides as the Kameshvari, Vajrashvari, and Bhagamalini, respectively, bears the appellations of the eldest, the second, and the youngest. Jyeshtha Madhya Balatya. Jyeshtha means eldest or most excellent. By this expression, Srimad Urdhva Deva Natha is meant. By middle, Madhya, or second, Shri Sastha Devanatha is meant, and by youngest, Bala, which means a boy, is meant Sri Mitra Devanatha. The Devi bears these names. The object of enjoyment of Paramashiva, Chit Prana Visaya Bhuta. By Chit Prana is meant Paramashiva, because he is the Svarupa of Chit and is Prana itself, Prana Rupa. The Manduka Shruti 1.7 says, the wise think of the non-dual Shiva who is quiescent, Shantam, and in whom the universe is absorbed, Prapafiko Pashanam. He is not inner or subjective cognition, Anta-prajnam, nor is he outer or objective cognition, Bahi-prajnam, i.e., enjoyer of the gross world. And he is not between these 2 states, Nobhayata prajnam, that is, he is not the state between Jagrat and Svapna. He is not massive knowingness, Prajnana Ganam. He knows not, nor is anything unknown to him. He is unseen. He is not the subject of pragmatic knowledge, avyavaharyam. He is beyond the scope of the senses of action, agrahyam. He has no attributes, alaksanam, and is incomprehensible and cannot be described, avyakpadeshyam, but is the essential experience of oneself, ekatma pratyaya saram. He is deemed to be the highest, katirtham, literally fourth. He is the Atma. He should be known. Shiva is thus Chinmaya according to Shruti. In the same way, Shruti speaks of him as Pranamaya also. The Chandogya 7.15.1 says, "As the spokes of a wheel are fixed to the hub, so is everything fixed on to this prana. Prana moves by prana, i.e. by its own Shakti. Prana gives prana for the propagation of prana, pranaya. Prana verily is father, prana is mother, prana is brother, prana is sister, prana is preceptor, acharya. The Devi is the object of enjoyment, Visaya Bhuta, Bodhya Bhuta, of Paramashiva, who is as above described. So it has been said, this Deva ever wishes to have the pleasure of playing with this Devi. The Supreme Lady of Adoration, Para-Bhattarika, who is as above described, revealed, Prakashaya Masa, see Tantra Raja, chapter 1, verse 8, Taya Tayir Bhuvane Tantram Kalpe Kalpe Vijrimbate. She, the Devi, age after age, reveals Tantra through them, the Gurus. The Vidya to the three Gurus, who are the seeds of the 3 ages beginning with Treta, has already been described. The words Sthanesha, Jyestha Madhya Balakya, and Chit Prana Visayabhuta may be read in the plural accusative to qualify Triguran. The interpretation will in that case also be as given above. The lords of the 3 Bijas, Bija Tritayadi Patan, the 3 Bijas are Vagbhava and others. They are the lords Adipati in the sense that these Bijas indicate them. These 3 kinds of gurus, Trividadashikan, the Devi first purifies, Paritsya, Shodayitva. By Vidya is meant the Adi-Vidya which issues from the lotus mouth of Paramashiva, and is the cause of all causes. The Devi revealed the Vidya. By this we are to understand that she instructed, Upadi Desha, the Gurus in the Vidya. Here, by the statement, revealed the Vidya having purified them, Parichya Vidyam Prakashyamasa, we are to understand that the most excellent Guru, who is Sadashiva, Sri Sadashivatma, instructs in this path which is in accordance with immutable tradition, Sampradaya Siddham. The disciple who has for a long time done Atmopasana has controlled his inclination, Shanta, has conquered his senses, Danta, and seeks initiation, Upasana. So it has been said, O great queen, it is after initiation that the Guru should give instruction relating to sadhana of the Vidya. Initiation, Diksha. The Gandharva Tantra speaks of mantra, Shakti, and Sambhavi, is of 3 kinds, namely Anavi, Shakteyi, and Shambhavi. It grants union, Sayujaya, with Shiva. In Anavi Diksha, the special articles of worship are necessary. There is also needed intense devotion to, and Tarpana and Dhyana of, the Paradevata. Shakta initiation is for the attainment of Siddhi by the sadhana of that particular Shakti, for the worship of which a disciple is qualified. So it has been said, when the Guru perceives that the disciple is ready for sadhana of any form of Shakti, he should then initiate in that Shakti alone without hesitation. This is called Shakteyi Diksha. Shambhavi Diksha has been thus described. Shambhavi Diksha is that which by the mere grace of the Guru makes manifest the Shiva state, Shivata Vyakti Karini. According to another reading, Shiva Tadatmiyada Yini, which means that which brings about a sense of inseparateness with Shiva, and produces the bliss of Shiva. The preceptor and the disciples should be selfless and without worldly desires or motives. In the absence of any such initiation, there can be no competency for sadhana. Initiation to be fruitful should be the outcome of mere grace of the preceptor unmixed by any motive. The preceptor is bound to initiate even at his own expense, if the disciple, though qualified for initiation, is unable to incur it. If the Guru himself is also unable to procure the necessary articles, then he should do it in a concise form. So it has been said, the Guru should himself with his own money initiate the poor. He should liberate the disciple by diksha and use durba grass and water if nothing more can be had. The conclusion we thus arrive at is this, that it is only he who is fully initiated who is competent for Brahma Vidya. It has already been said that initiation becomes effective by propitiation, samtarpana, of the Paradevata. Samtarpana, or propitiation, can be done by the offering of oblations of particular kinds of liquid substances used in particular ages. For it has been said, oblation of devatas, however, is by nectar. The liquid substance is wine, which is like excellent nectar. With this alone can offering be made to Paradevata like Soma in Agni Stoma sacrifice. Now, if it be said that there is prohibition in texts like this, the Brahmana should not drink wine nor should he eat flesh, we reply that we do not say that oblation to the Paradevata should be made by transgressing prohibitions applicable to particular cases and prompted merely by one's own desire. In what we have said, we are convinced that this Shambhava Darshana is based upon the teachings of the Upanishads. Now it may be said, what about the prohibition? The answer is that this prohibition applies to the man who is uninitiated. For the initiated, the best way of offering oblation to Devata is to make it with wine. In the Samkhya-yana Shaka, which is extracted from the ocean-like Rig Veda, it is stated that divine dignity and dominion can be attained by the worship of the Adi-Sundari thus. Tripura Mahopanishad, RK 7. Those who, after having fully realized her, offer oblations to her in the Sri Chakra, which is inseparate from their body, with wine which has been converted by purification into nectar. The text has Saraya, but Bhaskara reads Sudaya, and the latter reading has been adopted in the translation. Become delirious in the excess of their joy, dwell in the high region where there is neither pain nor sorrow, and enter the supreme light of Tripura. Verse 54. This is the end of the description by Puṇyānananda of the playful movements of the beautiful woman Kamakala, which ever attract the desire of the amorous Parashiva. Commentary. This is the end, iti. The particle iti indicates the end of the book composed by Puṇyānanda. Udita Puṇyānandat. The literal meaning of the expression is as arisen from Puṇyānanda, the author. Playful movements of the beautiful woman Kamakala, Kāmakalāvilāsa. By Kamakala is meant Vimarsha-Shakti, who is inseparable, avinabhuta, from Kameshvara. She is the beautiful woman, Angana, whose vilasa, or amorous movements, appear as the form of the Chakra, the Avarana Devatas, and the like. These amorous movements, which have been caused by seeing her beloved, i.e. Parashiva, always, nityam, attract the mind or heart, chitta, of the amorous, bhujanga, rasika, Parashiva, whose nature is pure illumination, prakasika svabhava, by producing in him an excess of desire, bhava or raga. If bhava karsna harsaya be read bhava karsita chittaya, then the meaning will be that the sight of the playful movements produce in the amorous Parashiva that gladness which accompanies the experience of the emotion of love. In ordinary life, lokepi, the sight of the amorous movements of the beloved produces in the mind of the gay lover a sense of gladness which is accompanied by the sentiment of love, Sringara bhava. In the same way, the play Vilasa of Kamakala, who is Chit-Shakti, which expresses itself in the way she walks, Pada Viksepa, and in other movements of her body, produces infinite gladness in Parashiva, who is facing towards and looking at her who is his own Shakti. The name of this book is Kamakalavilasa. It is written by and therefore has emanated from Udita Puṇyānanda. This book always gladdens Parashiva. Verse 55. Obeisance to the venerated Lord, the boatman, Sri Natha Navika, by whose grace I have crossed this ocean of wandering, the waters of which are desire, Tersna Salila, and the surface whereof is restless with the waves of anxiety, Chinta Tarangaka Pala. This is the end of Kamakalavilasa, written by Sri Puṇyānanda Yogi. Commentary. Ocean of wandering, Prapanka Varashi. By Prapanka is meant samsara, or wandering, which is ocean-like. Varashi, Varidi. May good be. Shubham Astu. This is the end of Chidvali, composed by Sri Naṭānandanātha.